And State, do you have your next witness?
Yes.
Yeah, Rochelle said she's saying her husband writing.
I have no idea. But you know, it's Thursday, so it's gonna be a beautiful, no, it's Wednesday. Look at us, I'm moving us a day ahead. Yes.
Okay, jurors are ready.
We're ready. Yes.
All right, for the jury.
Oh, Judge, I'm not.
You're not ready?
I'm trying to get the mics ready.
Hi, everyone. Please be seated.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. It's a rush. It just takes longer. All right, State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding yesterday, the witness David Pendleton, the state offered state's exhibits 36 and 37, which were admitted into evidence, but we are moving to renumber them as 136 and 137.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then,
Objection to the video vote.
Then, ladies and gentlemen,
Those were demonstrative.
Oh, that's right.
ladies and gentlemen, States Exhibit 36 and 37 will remain the same content, but they're just renumbering it. And so 36 will now be 136 and 37 will now be 137. Does everyone understand? All right, State, call your next witness.
Judge, really quick before the next witness, at this time, the state offers states exhibits 59, 60, and 61, which were authenticated through Officer Halliburton, and defense has previously. Thank you. The state calls person.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may have a seat. All right, if you make sure that you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear, and also if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Christina Vachon. My last name is spelled V-A-C-H-O-N.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Vachon, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as the Quality Assurance Manager at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory. I've been in that position for about 5 years now. And for the 15 years prior to that, I was a forensic scientist in the trace evidence section.
All right, and as a forensic scientist in the trace evidence section, what were your duties in that position?
I would examine items of evidence that would come into the laboratory. They were generally microscopic, but not biological in nature. So I would examine items such as fibers, did hair comparisons, paint, gunshot residue, footwear and tire tracks, did a lot of different types of testing.
All right, can you explain to the jury your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and a master's degree with a concentration in forensic science.
All right, and as a forensic scientist with the Bexar County Crime Lab, did you receive any specific training regarding gunshot residue?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, I attended the Lehigh University School of Microscopy for training on the instrument that we use. I also received training from the manufacturer of our instrument on the software that we use. And I received residue, and that included reading journal articles, conducting supervised casework, and then passing written and practical exams before I was released to do my own casework in gunshot residue.
Okay, and have you testified as an expert witness in the area of gunshot residue before?
Yes, I have.
And has that been including in courts in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Now, regarding the Bexar County Crime Lab, can you explain to the jury if the lab has any credentials or certifications?
We are accredited.
Okay. And in the Bexar County Crime Lab, do you have the ability to conduct a gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Well, it's been entered into evidence. If you could just take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that the kit that you received to conduct analysis for?
Yes.
Now, as part of your record, do you maintain the chain of custody for your portion of State's Exhibit number 17 at the Bexar County Crime Lab?
The chain of custody is retained in our laboratory information management system. It's a database software system.
You received it.
I mark the item of evidence whenever I receive it, and I mark this as May 23rd, 2017.
Okay. And do you recall who you received that from? Was it an agency or?
The evidence was received into the laboratory from the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay. And once the evidence is,
It is a vault there until I'm ready for examination, and then I will take custody of the evidence and take it to our scanning electron microscopy room, which is where I do gunshot residue testing.
okay. And so in this case, did you personally obtain the state's exhibit for testing on May 23rd of 2017, which is marked on the exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did the kit have any unique identifiers on the packaging when you received it?
Yes.
Do you recall what those would be?
All items of evidence that we receive from the San Antonio Police Department have a barcode that is related to the agency number and the type of evidence.
Okay. And so the barcode on the state's exhibit, can you please read that?
Your Honor, at this time, we would renew our objections as to your saying confrontation based on the predicate that wasn't laid about Kim Wong.
All right, that objection is overruled.
You may read it. Well, and Judge, if I could just respond, this kit was, a sample was obtained by Catherine Andrews Imler, who did testify in this case, so that's my response.
Yes, Your Honor, but Ms. Andrews turned the scene over to Ms. Wong in process.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Excuse me, why are you all here?
Oh, he needs to come back here, Judge.
All right,
Slight emergency.
all right, please be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman who came in has absolutely nothing to do with this case. Believe it or not, back there are restrooms, there is plumbing, and there may be an issue with the plumbing in the back, and we don't want any floods coming into the courtroom. So completely ignore him in the sense that it has absolutely nothing to do with this case. And there's no other entryway for him to come there other than here. All right, so state, what were you stating?
Well, I was just responding to his objection. State's exhibit that the witness has was personally collected by a witness that testified, which is Catherine Andrews.
All right,
Our only response is that while we don't dispute that Ms. Andrews is the person who did the swabbing, the barcode that the question was asked to have read into the record was generated by another witness who's unavailable.
all right, that objection is overruled.
Thank you, Judge. All right, could you please read the San Antonio Police Department case number on the state's exhibit?
It is 17089350.
Okay. And when you receive the evidence at the crime lab, is it assigned a unique number within the crime lab for tracking?
Yes, it is.
And what would that be in this case?
In this case, that was 17-03268. And sometimes we do get separate submissions with different types of evidence. This was submission 2 that came in on this, with this agency number from the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay. And regarding the, did you get any information
as John Doe on the outside of the kit, but the submission form that is filled out by SAPD and comes in with the evidence listed the kit as having come from.
Renew the same objection, Your Honor. Hearsay confrontation.
The submission form identified the person the kit was collected from as Mark Anthony Saldivar.
Okay. And when you take the kit into your custody, do you do any visual inspection to ensure there's been no tampering on the kit?
Yes, all items of evidence that come into the laboratory have to be tape sealed. So I ensured that the seal and the package are intact.
Okay. And so on May 23rd of 2017, did you analyze the contents of the State Exhibit 17?
Yes, I believe I received the evidence on May 23rd, and then I actually did the analysis on May 30th.
Okay, thank you very much. And on the day that you conducted the analysis, were you forensic scientists employed with the Bexar County Crime Lab?
Yes, I was.
And regarding State's Exhibit number 17, did you put any unique identifiers on there for your knowledge to ensure that it's the same thing that you conducted the analysis on?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Evidence that I take into my custody, I will write the criminal investigation laboratory number, the date that I receive it, the item number, and my initials. And then whenever I have completed analysis, I will make a tape seal and write my initials and the date that I seal it. And I see both of those here.
Okay. Would you please explain to the jury what gunshot residue is?
Yes, I have a model if I may use it.
Your Honor, defense counsel, the witness has a demonstrative, but she does not wish to leave it here and for it to be entered into evidence. So we'd ask if she'd be able to use it.
No objections to the use or preventing its admission. She can
Okay.
use it.
Yes, we receive.
This is a model of a round of ammunition, and you may have seen it with the firearms examiner as well. I'm going to show you something different with it. So what happens whenever a trigger is pulled on a gun, it will release the firing pin of the gun. The firing pin will strike the primer cap area that you see here, the silver area, and that contains shock-sensitive chemicals. So whenever it receives that strike from the firing pin, there will be an explosion in this primer cap, which blows into the cartridge case area of the ammunition. Inside the cartridge case, there is nitrocellulose, gunpowder, and that will ignite and burn very quickly, and the gases expand inside the cartridge case. And it's those expanding gases that actually push the bullet out of the cartridge case and down the barrel. So whenever I am looking for gunshot residue, I'm looking for the components of the primer cap area. And it contains the metals lead, barium, and antimony. And those will evaporate in the explosion and then condense back together to form particles. And those particles are forced out of any open areas of the gun, and they will land on surfaces around the gun when it's fired.
Okay. And the analysis, how do you conduct it? With what instrument?
I use a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray detector.
Okay. And what would the analysis reveal?
The analysis allows me to identify individual particles on the surface of the sampling device. And if they contain lead, barium, and antimony, during the automated analysis, then I will go back and confirm that composition. I'll look at the shape and size, which is also important. And then I'll be able to confirm that gunshot residue was on that sample. And it will allow me to make conclusions as to whether a person possibly handled or discharged a firearm.
All right. And now I want to. So when you conducted your analysis of the state's exhibit, did you prepare a report that reflected the findings?
Yes, I did.
Of your analysis? And just regarding, did you follow all the protocol regarding the instrument when you conducted the analysis?
Objection leading on.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, I did.
And once you were finished conducting your analysis, what did you do with the evidence?
The evidence was returned back to the evidence receiving section of the laboratory, and then it was collected by a representative from SAPD.
Your Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 139. If you could take a look at that and tell me if you recognize the document.
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that a copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it reflect your findings of your analysis?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and was it State's Exhibit number 39 created at or around the time that you conducted your analysis?
Yes, it was.
And are you a custodian of records for the Bear County Crime Lab?
Yes, I am.
Is State's Exhibit number 139 a true and accurate copy of the report and your findings?
Yes, it is.
And just regarding, is that your signature or electronic signature on the report?
Yes, it is.
And is this report kept in course of business?
Yes, it is.
We're tendering to defense for inspection. At this time, we would offer State's Exhibit 139.
No objections.
All right, State's Exhibit number 139 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish here.
Granted.
All right, Ms. Vashon. So I am publishing State's Exhibit number 139, which you stated is a copy of your report. Can you please explain to the jury what the result of your analysis was?
I identified 10 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony on the sample that was collected from the right hand of Mark Anthony Saldivar. And I found 10 particles containing lead, barium, and antimony on the sample that was collected from the left hand of Mark Anthony Saldivar.
And is there any significance in the microscopic particles?
Yes, I will confirm up to 10 particles on each sample. So that means that there were possibly more than 10 particles on these sampling devices.
Okay. And so based on the identification of these particles, what was your finding regarding Mark Anthony Saldivar?
My conclusion was that based on the morphology and the elemental composition of the particles I found, Mark Anthony Saldivar may have discharged a firearm, handled a discharged firearm, or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay. Now, in your training and experience, have you examined gunshot residue kits for victims of gunshot wound?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it common for victims that suffered a gunshot wound to have gunshot residue present?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
In my experience, it is very common for victims of gunshot wounds to have gunshot residue on their hands.
And why is that?
It is because as I said before, it's the force of the gases that are pushing the bullet down the barrel of the gun and toward the target. So most of the gunshot residue is going to be forced in that direction because that's where all of the pressure is going. So whenever a gun is pointed at a target, then a majority of the gunshot residue will be traveling in that direction toward that target. So if a person is being shot, it would be common sense, it would make sense for them to have gunshot residue on them if they're close enough to the gun.
And you can't definitively say, right, because you were not a witness in the case, but you can't definitively say whether the victim discharged a firearm or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Hypothetically, in your training and experience, if somebody was wrestling with a firearm, would that result in them having gunshot residue on their hands?
That is possible. One of my conclusions is that the person may have handled a previously discharged firearm, and if they are struggling over a gun, then they would be touching the gun.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dar. Good morning, how are you?
Good.
A couple of things. Your conclusions were that either he fired a gun, he handled a gun, or he was in close proximity to a gun being discharged, right?
Correct. Those are all ways that someone could get gunshot residue on their hands directly from the gun. They are the most likely, but they're not the only possibilities.
So the analysis you performed doesn't weight those possibilities. They're all equally as likely based upon what you know about the circumstances of what you received.
Correct.
Okay. And we can't really, in an ethical way, scientifically, try to apply weight to one or the other. We can't just shoot someone and see how much powder is left on them, right?
Correct. And all guns and ammunition and crime scenes are different. So you wouldn't even be able to repeat what happened at a crime scene in the lab to determine how much gunshot residue someone should have on them.
And in terms of the possibility that they were just in close proximity to a firearm, in other words, they got shot by a firearm and that's why they have residue, that would depend on how far away they are from the gun, right?
Partially, but there was a study conducted that postulated that there is possibly a supersonic wind that travels behind a bullet that gunshot residue can travel in. So that residue can be deposited on someone that's further downrange. But generally, gunshot residue will stay in the vicinity of the gun where it is fired.
And so there's a study that is considering that as a hypothesis, but it hasn't been established as a well-recognized practice or thing to rely on in your field, right?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated in your remarks that it would be recommended that a known firearm and ammunition be submitted if further testing is desired. Would that be because it could be conceivable to look at the concentrations of lead, barium, and antimony in the shell casing residue and compare that with the concentrations that we find on the subject, on the deceased's hands, to see if there are similarities, for example, in the mixture of the gunpowder for that particular brand of ammunition?
So these particles are heterogeneous, which means that they won't have the same concentrations of the different elements in them, in every particle. Sometimes we do see ammunition that has an additional element in it, such as copper or tin, that we can see in the particles, and sometimes it might be helpful to try to connect that back to the ammunition that was used in the crime that's being investigated. But generally, we have that statement there for cases where gunshot residue is not found. And we would be able to do a test fire to see if the gun actually expels gunshot residue, what type of gunshot residue comes out of the gun, because it doesn't always have these lead, barium, and antimony components. So it could be done in this situation because we did find 10 particles, because I did find 10 particles on each sample. I would not have recommended it.
Okay, but this is your report, right?
Yes,
And it is the final released version of the report, meaning that you're not going to be able to amend it later. This is what goes into evidence, right?
yes,
And those remarks are on State's Exhibits 139, right?
correct. Those are standard remarks that go out in every gunshot residue report.
And that kind of testing could have been done, right?
Yes,
It wasn't done to your knowledge in this case.
correct.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions and the witness is excused by state.
No further questions, witnesses excused.
All right, the room has been revoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony or do anything about this trial during the pendency of the case.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let you leave your right. State, call your next witness. State calls the next witness. Sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, state your next witness.
Denise Serno. Yeah, I just give her.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name and spell your last name, please.
Denise Serenil, Serenil.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Serno,
Yes,
can you just please tell the jury how are you currently employed?
I am employed with the city of San Antonio.
And where are you based out of?
I work at the San Antonio Police Department headquarters.
And what's your occupation?
I am a latent fingerprint examiner,
And how long have you been a latent fingerprint examiner?
8 years.
And I guess in the realms of fingerprinting or fingerprints or prints, how long have you been in that field?
I have 26 years experience with fingerprints.
And so roughly from like about 1998?
Yes,
Okay. And do you go through certain training and other, I guess, experiences to become a latent print examiner?
we have in-house on-the-job training, working day by day with the latent prints.
And do you also go, did you subsequently go to any type of course or any type of continuing education on prints and fingerprints and latent prints?
Yes,
And are you considered a qualified latent print or latent fingerprint examiner?
yes.
And can you just describe to the jury well, first, let's just describe what a fingerprint is. I know that's probably pretty common, but can you describe to the jury what a fingerprint is?
A fingerprint is an impression left on the surface by the friction ridges of the fingers and thumbs.
And let me ask the question is, have you ever, in your roughly 26 years of experience, have you ever come across two individuals that have the exact same fingerprint?
I have not.
And can you describe to the jury, I mentioned it earlier in your title, latent print or latent fingerprints. Can you describe to the jury what latent prints or fingerprints mean?
A latent print is an unknown, unseen to the eye that needs some type of further processing to be seen.
And can you also describe to them what we consider, what your profession at times, you have latent cards that are presented to you. What is a latent card?
A latent card has the prints, the unknown prints that are lifted at crime scenes with detailed information on it.
Now, all these latent cards that you reviewed in this case and other cases, is there possibilities of more than one print per latent card?
Yes,
And I keep interchanging latent print and latent fingerprint. Are all latent prints fingerprints?
no.
Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
There could be fingerprints and there could be palm prints.
And in certain cases, are you able to identify also these latent prints as part of the palm?
I look at the clarity and legibility of the unknown print.
And let's talk about how identifying these prints. How are you, or what is a criteria for you to be able to identify these prints?
I look at the ridge characteristics to identify a specific point on my unknown to my known.
And is there certain, I guess, I mean, I like a better term, legible or clarity that you need to abide by?
We do 7 points to make an identification.
And what is that a positive identification?
Yes,
And now, I'm assuming that means that if you have an unknown print, you find 7 points on there. But if you don't have a print to compare it to, I guess what do you like a known print, then it's just that you have a legible print.
we have a legible print.
And then at some point, do you have to show it or rather compare it to a known standard or known print?
Yes,
And is that at that time, or if you have those 7 points, are you able to positively identify that unknown print as coming from the known print?
yes,
And that's in the general category of how you determine if an unknown print to a known print. Is that correct?
correct.
Let me ask you about SAPD case number 170-89350. Are you familiar with that SAPD number?
Yes, I am.
And in fact, is that why you're here today?
Yes,
And did you review latent print cards for that case?
yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury how many latent print cards that you reviewed for this case?
I reviewed 18 latent cards that were submitted.
And were you able to identify those unknown prints that you, well, let me retract that and talk about those 18 latent print cards. From those 18, were you able to identify any of those to a known standard or known print?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jury, out of those 18 total, how many were you able to compare and possibly identify an individual that made those prints?
May I have the evidence?
Do you have your reports in front of you? I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 37. If you can just look at that, it's been entered into evidence, and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize that?
I received it on April 24th, 2017.
And did you review it?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me who collected this? Well, one, it's been entered into evidence. Can you hold up that card that's inside of this envelope? And can you turn it back and forth? And can you tell me, tell the jury, what is this?
This is an unknown prints that were lifted
Sorry, go ahead.
at this particular scene.
And who was it lifted by?
This was lifted by crime scene investigator K. Wong, number 9440.
And on this particular card, does it state where this fingerprint came from?
Yes, latent prints obtained from E4 Apple iPhone model number A1549 IMEI 356-99106-2443-296.
Okay, thank you. And so,
At this time, we would request a hearing under 702 for the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step outside. You heard some evidence. In this case, you're not allowed to discuss with yourselves or with anyone else, do any research, or to begin deliberations. Does everyone understand? So I'm gonna have y'all step outside and I'll call you back in shortly. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Just a couple of questions. So I guess to start off with, in terms of the principle that no two people have the same fingerprint, I understand that. In terms of the idea of being able to examine the prints and say that it came from the same person each time, you mentioned that there are 7 points of comparison required for you to make identification, a positive identification of a print.
Correct.
What can you explain what you mean by the phrase points of identification?
They're the ridge characteristics.
Okay, what is a ridge characteristic?
It is action point that one looks for, and there are different types of points that we look for in a print.
What makes the human finger develop those points? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. Are they something that is developed by the human body as a natural process, or can points of comparison occur because of things that happen to the human body? Like,
We are born with these prints.
okay, if I cut my finger, or I have damage to my finger, or I grow older and my skin changes, or I have a scar, do those things impact the way that those ridges and points of comparison differ on a print?
It could, but the ridges do not change. They are permanent.
Okay, but they don't grow over scar tissue, for example.
No.
And so I mean, what you're saying is there are some variables related to things not part of the human body or how it naturally grows and develops and so forth that could change or at least obscure the ridges that are naturally there on our fingers, correct?
Could be a scar.
For a scar, for example, right?
Correct.
Now, when you're talking about these types of characteristics, how do they teach you to identify them?
We have to know the fingerprints, and we look at the specific point. We have to know what we are looking for, and there are several different characteristics that we do look for.
Okay, when you are developing those characteristics, are you in possession of the known point of comparison?
Not all the time.
But sometimes?
Yes.
In this case, were you?
No.
Okay.
All right, so here's my question. Are you challenging her as an expert? Are you challenging the scientific method of fingerprinting, or are you just doing a cross-examination?
I'm challenging the method of fingerprinting, Your Honor. I'm also going to be challenging the way in which the methodology was applied on the occasion in question.
All right, so that is cross-examination. If you're challenging that fingerprints are not scientific, then ask those questions. If you're challenging that she's not expert in the field of fingerprinting, then ask those questions. But everything else outside of that, that's cross-examination. So is that what's happening here? You're challenging her expertise?
Well, Your Honor, respectfully, I believe that under Dahlberg and Kelly, the purpose of this kind of a hearing authorizes me to ask questions about the underlying scientific theories.
Respectfully, I'm asking, are you challenging her ability as an expert? Are you saying she's not an expert in her field? Or are you challenging and stating that fingerprints are not a part of scientific method? They haven't been proven. That I am assuming that there are fingerprints that can be the same from two different persons. What I'm trying to figure out from your question is, what is your challenge to this witness? If it's just for you to cross-examine, then that needs to be done in front of the jury. But if you're challenging her expertise in following Rule 701, 702, 703, then you need to have your questioning limited to 701, 702, 703.
Your Honor, as I was saying, I believe that to make the inquiry, the court must be apprised of what the scientific principle is, what the method used to apply that principle is, and whether that method was done correctly on this case.
Then respectfully, those are the questions that need to be asked.
Yes, Your Honor, I
All
will
right,
try to
thank
be
you.
more tailored to that. Your Honor, also just to streamline it, I'm also entitled under Rule 705 for disclosure of the underlying facts and data. So I would like to ask the witness a couple of questions about that because it will inform my inquiry in short.
Well, haven't you already received that from the state?
Well, yes, but the record is entitled to be made all at the same
No,
time.
I understand that, but I'm trying to make sure that you have received that.
I am aware, I believe I've received it. I mean, I'd like to ask the witness.
All right,
Now.
proceed.
Okay, real quick, ma'am. You mentioned that you looked at a print that was taken off of a blue iPhone.
Apple iPhone,
Okay, and that was collected on what date?
April 23rd, 2017.
And that was collected by Kimberly Wong, correct?
Correct.
And then you also received a comparison print, right?
I received it from, are you asking me if I had known prints to compare to my unknown prints?
Were you asked to compare that print that was lifted off of the phone to a known print?
Yes,
Okay, and you're going to render an opinion about that comparison?
I analyzed the print, compared it to my unknown to my known, and determined they were one and the same.
Okay, and that print was from who?
This print was from Jalen Bell.
Okay. Okay, this is not the blue, this is, okay, sorry. Your Honor, I'm gonna withdraw the objection. I apologize, I misunderstood.
All right, bring the jurors in.
One was from.
For some reason, I thought I saw it.
I apologize.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, just.
They're missing, did they come in?
Nobody in the bathroom?
Angie.
They just come in slowly trickling from the restroom.
Okay. All right, we will wait.
And we're missing mom, who's missing next to you?
Angie.
Angie.
Ron. Ms. Reynolds, I believe I was asking you about state exhibit. Can you tell me the exhibit number on that? State exhibit number 37, and you had obtained the card, what you call the latent print card,
Correct.
and that's what was in this. And you stated that you were able to compare the prints on that card with a known individual. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you stated just earlier, just to rehash, just to make sure that we're on the same page, this was collected by Kimberly Wong on April 23rd, 2017.
That is correct.
And who was the individual that you were able to identify that made the prints on this particular cell phone?
I identified to Jalen Bell.
Thank you. And then I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 106. Can you please look at that and tell me if you can identify that envelope and its contents?
Yes, I received it May 1st, 2017. There were 10 latent cards submitted in this check.
And who were they submitted by?
They were submitted by crime scene investigator R. Hurtado, number 9414.
And did you have an opportunity to review those latent print cards, those 10 latent print cards, and were you able to identify, well, that's a compound question. Were you able to review those cards?
Yes, I was.
And on those possible cards, did you find any legible prints?
Yes, I did.
On those cards, legible prints, how many of those cards did you find legible prints on?
I found 2 cards with legible prints.
And I guess, since we're on that subject, there's 10 cards, and when I ask if it's legible, is that what you indicated earlier, that is a legible print, those 7 points that you have to find?
Correct.
So could there be partial prints on there?
It could be yes.
And under your qualification of a latent fingerprint or print examiner, you cannot determine a positive ID with less than 7 points.
That is correct.
But in this particular occasion, on 2 of those cards, you were able to identify legible print, and were you able to compare those prints to a known print?
Yes.
And were both of those latent cards that you have legible prints on, did that come back to the same individual?
Yes.
And please tell the jury who that individual is.
Jeremiah Rodriguez.
Thank you. Judge, at this time, the state would just enter state exhibit number 106 and tender defense for the objections.
No objections.
States 106 is admitted without objection.
And if you don't mind, can you take out the 2 cards that you identified that prints were made by Jeremiah Rodriguez? And can you please just hold those up and show them to the jury? That these are the prints that you identified to coming to Jeremiah Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the front of those cards, it has a brief description of where they were found. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And previous testimony, Raul Hurtado, the individual that lifted those prints, is that correct? That's who collected those?
Yes.
And he explained where those were located.
Yes.
Thank you. You can put those back in there, please. Now, that's a total of Kimberly Wong turned in 1 latent print card, and then Mr. Raul Hurtado turned in 10. You said 18. Where are the other 7? Okay, you can, it's not in your evidence yet, but on that particular one, were you able to identify any legible prints on those latent print cards?
I was not.
And how many latent print cards were turned in?
7 latent prints were submitted.
And who were they turned in by?
BH number 9418.
Okay. And so, as a purposes of evidentiary value, you cannot testify to those cards at all.
I cannot.
Now, we heard about a Jeremiah Rodriguez known prints. We've heard about Jalen Bell known prints. Were you asked to compare any and all these prints to other individuals?
Yes, I was.
And can you please tell the jury the other individuals that you compare these prints to?
Your Honor, may I get my notes?
Defense, she is asking to review her
Oh,
notes.
no objection.
I was given Mark Anthony Saldivar,
Okay, anybody else?
TAYMOR McIntyre,
And anybody else that you compare these to?
Joanna Reyes.
Thank you. Now, in stating that out of all these prints that you were able to determine that were legible, you identified one Jalen Bell and one to Jeremiah Rodriguez. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Nellis. We'll pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse by the state.
Excused.
The room has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of this trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'll just leave the exhibits with the court reporter.
What about the other one?
All right, state call your next witness.
The state calls Lindsay Patton.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. You make sure you keep your voice up so the members of the jury can hear. And you can state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Lindsay Patton. Last name spelled Patten.
All right, state you may proceed.
Ms. Patton, how are you currently employed?
I currently work for the San Antonio Police Department.
And what unit are you with currently?
I am with the Southwest Texas Fusion Center.
Okay. What are your duties in your current role?
In my current role, I manage 6 grants for the unit, as well as purchasing and other budget items.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
17 years.
Okay. And were you previously assigned to the crime scene investigation unit?
Yes, I was.
About how long did you spend in that unit?
13 years.
Okay. What were your duties as a crime scene investigator?
I would collect evidence, take photographs, take fingerprints, things like that.
And what kind of training did you undergo to become a crime scene investigator?
When I was first hired, we get 3 months of training in the academy, and then a month of ride-alongs, and then I was annually trained after that.
Now, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department on June 6th of 2017?
Yes, I was.
And as part of your duties as a crime scene investigator back in 2017, were you tasked with obtaining digital evidence in certain cases?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And on June 6th of 2017, did you receive a cellular device to extract associated with the case that we're here for today?
Could I see my extraction report?
Yes. Well, I don't have a printout of it, but I'll show you what has been marked as exhibit number 140. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed that before?
Yes, I have.
And does it contain a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that was generated in this report?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that was for Kate. And do you have any unique identifiers on here to confirm that you've reviewed the contents of the disc?
Yes, my initials are on it.
Okay, and so you recall that you've reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate copy of the report,
Yes.
and that analysis is done in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how you came into possession of the cellular device that you conducted the extraction on?
Sure. We have a secure lockbox in our photo lab, which is at our headquarters. And that day I took the piece of evidence out of the secure lockbox and I started to process it.
What did you search the state's exhibit number 140 under? What authority did you act?
There was a search warrant.
Okay. And what program did you use to conduct the forensic extraction?
It's called Cellbrite.
And did you have training experience with Cellbrite back in 2017?
Yes, I was trained by another CSI.
Okay, and had you conducted investigations previously with forensic devices using Cellbrite?
Yes.
And at the time, were you familiar with Cellbrite?
Yes, I was familiar.
And in your training experience, did you find it to be reliable?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how Cellbrite was used in this case regarding the contents of State's Exhibit 140?
Sure. At the time you had the phone, you would plug it into it's called a UFED device, a Universal Forensic Extraction Device. And that device plugs into the computer that has the Cellbrite software on it. So you would take the phone, plug it into the UFED, which gave you some prompts, and you would go through the prompts, and then the extraction report would run. And you just kind of waited. It would depend on how much data was on the phone as to how long.
So in this case, number 140, did you put the phone that you received to the Cellbrite toggle?
Yes.
Okay, and you followed all the prompts?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did a successful extraction occur?
Yes, I did.
And was a report generated with the findings of the cell phone that you received?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, can the data that's extracted be manipulated in any way?
No.
Okay. And so, well, at this time, the state offers State's Exhibit 140.
No new objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 140 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right, can you see that up there?
Yes, yes.
Now, if you take a look at state exhibit number 140, what day was the report created?
It was created on June 6th of 2017.
Okay. And regarding the examiner name, who is that?
That's me.
Okay. And is that your badge number?
Yes, was.
All right. Now regarding the extraction start date and time, can you tell the jury what that was?
The start date was June 6th, 2017 at 8:29 a.m. And the end time was June 6th of 2017 at 8:32 a.m.
Now regarding the MSISDN, can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the full phone number of the device.
Okay. And regarding the detected phone model, can you please go over that with the jury?
It's an iPhone 5.
And who is the owner name that was designated to the device?
It's TAYK47 iPhone.
Okay. And what is the IMEI number registered to the phone?
The IMEI number is a 15-digit number for every cellular device. It's assigned to every cellular device for the SIM slot.
Okay. And what was it in this case on exhibit 140?
It is 3585380563869112.
Sorry about that. And regarding the Apple IDs that were registered to the device, can you explain to the jury what those are?
The first being SONOFSAAAM@AOL.com, and the other being TAYK47U@iCloud.com.
And regarding call logs, if you would just give me a second. You've previously reviewed this, and this is a fair and accurate depiction of the calls that were contained on the device, correct?
Yes.
And regarding this iMessage, can you explain to the jury regarding the item listed as 67, who the participants in that iMessage thread were?
It's going to be TAYK47U@iCloud.com.
Okay, and the other number associated with the text thread?
The other number is 1-469-347-3233.
Okay. And regarding this message on February 3rd of 2017 at 2:56 p.m., who does it appear sent that message?
The TAYK47U@iCloud.com.
And what does that message say?
It says, "Who is this?"
Okay, and then regarding the message sent directly after that, on February 3rd of 2017 at 2:57 p.m., can you say what number was associated with that chat?
It's 1-469-347-3233.
And what does that say?
Pimpy Z.
Okay. And regarding the message at February 3rd of 2017 at 2:57, is that an image that was sent to the iPhone?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Stacey, you can use your microphone.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it'll make it easier for everyone to hear. It's not working.
I'll try to talk louder.
All right, thank you. There we go. All right, thanks.
All right, Ms. Patton, and as part of the reviews of States Exhibit number 140, there were multiple images that were contained within the phone, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And just regarding this image for demonstrative purpose, regarding line 13, can you identify when that photo was taken?
It was taken on February 10th of 2017
Okay.
at 5:02 p.m.
Okay, regarding States Exhibit, or the item listed as 140, can you tell when that image was created?
It was created on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:16 p.m.
Okay, and line 141,
It was taken on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:15 p.m.
and 142,
It was taken on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:15 p.m.
and 143.
Also on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:15 p.m.
Regarding line 144,
It was taken on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:14 p.m.
line 145,
1:45.
yes.
It was taken on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:14 p.m.
Line 146,
It's taken on March 3rd, 2017 at 3:14 p.m.
line 147,
It's taken on March 2nd, 2017 at 8:38 p.m.
and line 148.
It was taken on March 2nd, 2017 at 8:38 p.m.
And just, we've gone through this previously, correct?
Yes,
And there are other images that are contained within the States Exhibit, correct?
yes,
And you would be able to tell the date and time that they were taken by looking where you could show the jury, please.
looking right here at created,
Where my mouse is toggling.
Good morning, ma'am, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So what we just looked at is the means of what's called a logical extraction, is that right?
Yes, I believe it's also a file system extraction.
Okay, and there are different grades of extraction, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And logical or file system is the lowest level, lowest tier of extraction, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So for example, it won't tell you what's in the deleted files or in the cache of different applications, right?
Yes, that is correct.
If you wanted to look at messages that were sent on platforms like Instagram or Snapchat, things like that, you wouldn't be able to access it.
No, sir.
And what ultimately this kind of a logical extraction produces is a PDF of
That's
what's
correct,
on
sir.
the phone, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like we can go in with a mouse and, click on Instagram and scroll through or things like that.
Right, not with this version.
And
At
it
this
wouldn't
time.
give us detailed GPS data either, right?
I don't know that answer.
You don't know one way or the other.
No, sir.
That wasn't something you were asked to look at in this case.
Right.
Okay. In order to do a more thorough extraction, we would need what's called a UFED reader, right?
In this case, I believe a more thorough extraction would have required the passcode to the phone.
And then you would also need to do a full file system extraction.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you would need to have special software to actually interact with the contents from that full file system extraction, correct?
Yes, in 2017, Cellbrite did not have that technology.
Okay, and it's proprietary software, right?
Yes, sir.
Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, do you know how many thousands of dollars it costs to have that software at your disposal?
Injection relevance.
What's relevance?
To explain how complicated it is to get more information from the cell phone.
All right, objection is the same.
Pass the
No further questions, and she's excused by the state judge.
excuse.
All right, the rule is not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of this case or do anything. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you leave your microphone behind and if you'll leave the exhibit with the court reporter.
Okay.
State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Raul Flores.
Everybody approach this one.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, being informed by both parties that this is going to be a lengthy witness potentially. But I'm going to give you all a break so everyone can use the facilities and then come back. But I'll make sure that you do have a lunch break, but I want to make sure that we continue with this witness. Then after this witness, I anticipate giving you your lunch break at that time. Are you all okay with that? All right, so I'm going to have everyone back here. Is 11:10 enough time for you all? All right, remember my previous instructions. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls for another sergeant of Illinois.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. And do you have a microphone? Yes, if you could put that on your lapel for the court reporter. All right, if you make sure you keep your voice up, and if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Raul Juarez, Juarez.
All right, state your name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's Sergeant for us now.
Yes, sir.
Well, one, who are you employed with currently? You're employed at Secretary of the Department.
22 years.
And in that course of those 22 years, I guess there's promotions or a different hierarchy of where you ended up in that department. Can you describe to the jury just briefly from those 22 years of what type of experiences you've gone through?
Okay. So I started with the police department in 2003. I worked for approximately 3 years on patrol as a uniformed patrol officer on the south side overnight. From there, I went to the tactical response unit and the gang unit for, again, approximately 3 years. From patrol officer, I promoted to detective in 2010. And I was assigned to the night detectives unit, an investigative unit that works overnight. In 2015, still a detective, I transferred to the homicide unit, and I was assigned to the homicide unit until I promoted to sergeant in December of 2023.
And you stated that you're a detective in the homicide unit. How long were you a detective in the homicide unit?
I was a detective at the homicide unit for 8 years. I was a detective total 13 years.
And can you just, again, briefly describe to the jury what exactly is that, the homicide division, and what type of cases that you'll deal with?
So the homicide division is actually broken up into several parts. They investigate everybody. Assumes it's just murders, but it's also in San Antonio. They also investigate traffic. There's a traffic investigation section, a misdemeanor section, an aggravated assault section. Those are things such as shootings, stabbings, those kinds of felonies. And then there's murders, murder detectives that investigate not only murders or any kind of suspicious death, manslaughters, capital murders, and in San Antonio, also officer-involved shootings.
Thank you. And let's go back into 2017. What division were you assigned at that point?
I was assigned to the murders section at homicide.
And particularly April 23rd, 2017, were you assigned to the murder section of the homicide?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about SAPD number 170-89350. Were you the lead detective on that case?
Yes, sir.
And were you dispatched to the scene that's associated with that SAPD number on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And why did you make that location?
Officers responded to the scene for a shooting. Once officers arrived at the scene, they determined that a person had died from gunshot wound. And based on the initial details that the patrol officers called, so they hold down the scene, secure the scene, look for witnesses, but they request homicide out to the scene for the follow-up investigation.
All right, excuse me, can I have parties clerk just read through this? All right, Sage, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Well, sort of lost my train of thought there too, but let me ask you this. The location that you arrived at, was there establishment there?
Yes, there was a Chick-fil-A restaurant at 27 Northeast Loop 410.
And so is that location within Bear County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And it just to describe to the jury, what's across the highway that's sort of a landmark? Is there a mall or something across the highway?
Yeah, there's a North Star Mall is located across the highway, approximately across the highway.
So when you arrive at the scene, what are you doing? Are you delegating duties or assignments? How do you handle the scene?
Generally, when I arrive at the scene, I look for either the first responding officer or the officer that's going to handle the report that they're going to write the report. And I try to get an idea of what the officers have ascertained up to that point as far as what has led up to this incident. And any witnesses or potential bystanders that may have seen or have known of what occurred.
I mean, we'll just go to the scene and get the, I guess, briefing on what was going on.
Yes, sir.
And then you stated about talking to witnesses and to get their, I guess, their initial accounts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak with individual witnesses at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally speak with all the witnesses at the scene?
No, sir.
How is that handled?
So when I got sent out to the scene, I went out with another detective, and we kind of divided the duties as far as witnesses. And since as we arrived, we determined that not only was the incident had started from what we know just down the street from the Chick-fil-A.
And initially, when you're there, I think we had previous testimony, or rather other officers at the scene, are they also separating witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And then are witnesses kept at the scene and released from the scene, or are they taken places to get?
So generally, once we determine which witnesses have seen anything, I mean, it's good that they're, telling officers that they're remaining at the scene to give us information. But we need statements from those people. So those witnesses were transported to the homicide office and to provide written statements.
And I guess to be fair, are you able in every case or any case to get every witness that witnessed the incident?
No, sir.
And why is that? Through your training experience?
Generally, people don't want to get involved for a myriad of reasons. So not everybody stays at the scene. Sometimes people maybe feel they saw something but it really wasn't important. It might have caught their attention, but they didn't, link it in their mind that it was something rare. So usually that's the reason. So it's always a good thing when people do stay and cooperate.
And I guess it's certain, through your experience with this case or any other case, or other cases for that matter, but there are times that people stay at a scene and you determine that they're not an eyewitness or a witness that you feel that is useful.
Yes. So, yeah, that happens.
And let me ask you also, the initial evidence collection at the scene, was there any evidence that was brought to your attention pretty quickly at the scene?
So initially, I went to where the victim was laying on the street, and there was, other than the victim, there was a shell casing right by him. But I was also informed that there had been a cell phone recovered nearby.
And subsequently, was that cell phone identified belonging to someone?
Yes, sir.
Who did it belong to?
To the victim?
And the victim in this case, Mark Salvador?
Yes, sir.
And that's the evidence that you said was collected at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And later on, were the late prints lifted from that cell phone and identified by Denise Sernell?
Yes, sir.
And did those prints come back to Jaden Bell?
Yes, sir.
While you're at the scene, were you able to see if there was any security videos or surveillance videos at that location?
Yes, sir. There were cameras at the location.
And that location is that Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with the operator of that establishment?
Yes, sir. The owner came in.
And is that I think a David Atkin?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to, I guess in some instances you're not able to see the videos right away, but were you able to view that video with the assistance of that operator, David Atkin?
Yes, sir. He opened up the establishment because I guess it's closed on Sundays, and he allowed us in there and to review the video.
And reviewing the video, because of that video, that's now in evidence, were you able to quickly identify at least a vehicle of interest?
Yes, sir.
And what the description of that vehicle? I know now you know it was a black Kia, but at the time, what were y'all viewing?
It looked like a small, dark colored, black, dark blue, small sedan.
And any indication on that video of any type of damage on that vehicle?
Yes. It appeared that it had damage, like major damage to the windshield.
And viewing that video at the scene that day, were you able to see how that damage became to be on that windshield?
Yes. So based not only on the witness statements, but on the video, it appeared the victim had stood up on the hood of the car, caused the damage to the windshield, and then fell off the car.
And speaking, falling off the car, but did it indicate at that point in your investigation, had you determined how the victim became deceased?
Yes, sir. It appeared just on initial observation that there was a single gunshot wound to the victim's side.
And was that victim, one, did he ever talk to you or that you're aware of, talk to anyone at that scene after he was shot?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware.
And so was he removed from that scene by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. They removed him to the medical examiner's office.
And The, going back to that cell phone from the scene, were you able to view that cell phone? Like the actual display?
Yes, I could see the display.
And were you able to gain access to any numbers that were calling that or texting that individual?
So it was an iPhone, and the notifications popped up. So I couldn't access the phone, but when notifications came up, I was able to see messages and phone numbers.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 36. Then move into evidence. Do you recall, I know it's been a little while, but do you recall if that was the cell phone that you viewed at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And this is the cell phone that you just mentioned that you had viewed some notifications on.
Correct.
And those numbers that you received, were you able to make contact with individuals?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever make contact with a Lucy Salvador?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you spoke to Lucy Salvador.
Yes, sir.
Now, after this initial investigation and your continuing investigation, and do you go down to a process of, in a sense, collecting other evidence? Let's say like 911 calls.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, did you collect and listen to any 911 calls?
Yes, sir. There are 3 911.
Do you recall the individuals that gave those or made those 911 calls?
Yes, one of them was Ana Delgado, and she stayed at the scene. We got a written statement from her.
Okay.
The other one was Elizabeth, and she gave a recorded statement. The third one was a lady who did not want to identify herself.
And did those 911 calls assist you in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And were those renditions and consistent with what you've been gathering, right?
Yes, sir.
And then on April 26, 2017, were you able to identify a person of interest as Joanne Reyes?
Yes, sir.
And how were you able to determine that she's a person of interest in this case?
So I had applied for a search warrant for the victim's phone, and in reviewing his phone records, after having spoken to his mother, I knew the approximate time he left home, and I knew the approximate time where he was murdered. So I looked for the phone records at that time to see who he was communicating with, and that's how I developed that phone number.
And is that how you developed Joanne Reyes was associated with the phone number?
Yes, sir.
And did you try to contact her?
I did.
And were you able to contact her at that time?
No, sir.
Did you ever contact anybody associated with Joanne Reyes?
I spoke to her parents.
And were you able to identify the vehicle, the black Kia Forte, through them?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you, since you did have her number and she was associated with the case, were you able to apply for a search warrant and obtain one for her phone records?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 141. Can you please just briefly look through that and tell me if this is familiar to you?
Yes, sir. Those are phone records.
And whose phone records were they, or are they?
Joanne Reyes.
And these are the phone records that you applied for search warrant and obtained due to this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer state exhibit number 141 into evidence. Attorney for defense for any objections?
No objections.
All right, and that says exhibit, I'm sorry, 141?
141.
Yes,
Sorry, Chad, I wanted to make sure I messed up yesterday.
All right, state's exhibit number 144 is admitted.
I'll leave this up here for a moment.
141, Judge.
Yes, 141. All right, now,
Obtaining her phone records, was it helpful in the investigation of this murder?
Yes, sir.
When, at any time after this, were you able to actually speak with Joanna Reyes on April 27th, 2017?
Yes, sir. She called me.
And were you able at that time to set up an appointment for her to come in to be interviewed?
Yes, she set up an appointment to come in on April 30th.
Well, let's move on to April 28th and 29th. Were you able to, on that particular day, what was significant about this particular day in association with this case?
Off duty, and I was notified that the Kia Forte that was used, involved in the murder, was recovered at a El Potosino restaurant on San Pedro.
And is that El Potosino Mexican food restaurant on San Pedro, approximately, how far is that away from the Chick-fil-A where the shooting occurred?
It's probably a little over a mile, roughly a mile down the road.
And you say down the road, Chick-fil-A is on the access road is 410 and Nicola roughly. If you go to El Potosino, can you describe to the jury how you get there?
Yes, so you would turn, well, you can only turn, I guess, right out of the Chick-fil-A, heading toward San Pedro, and you would take a left on San Pedro heading into town, and El Potosino is just up to the right, one of the lights.
And this scene was processed. Was there any security videos collected from this El Potosino restaurant?
Yes, sir. I was informed that the El Potosino had security cameras.
And those are on state exhibit number 62. Were you able to view those videos?
Yes, sir.
And I guess not necessarily that day, but you were able to subsequently view those videos.
Correct.
And when you did view those videos, was those consistent with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And after this particular day, did you also have an opportunity on April 30th? Did you gain information on a TAYMOR MCINTYRE?
Objection, Lee.
Ruled.
When I came into work on Sunday, April 30th, I received information naming.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
Same.
Well, you gained information on TAYMOR MCINTYRE.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation, being the witness sidebar.
All right, with the objection to leaving, that will be sustained.
Move to instruct the jury to disregard the question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're to disregard the last question.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
On April 30th, were you following up on information that you received?
Through,
Objection, Your Honor. That's
What's
trying to
the
elicit the
objection?
exact same issue.
All right, that objection will be overruled. That's a yes or no question.
Were you following up on information you received?
yes,
Thank you. And as you were proceeding through your investigation, were you, again, did you ever contact or was contacted by Joanna Reyes?
yes,
And did you ever have another conversation with her?
yes,
And I mean over the phone.
yes,
And this is April 30th, which you stated in previous testimony that she was supposed to come in on April 30th for an interview. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Did she come in for that interview?
No, she didn't.
And what did it seem like to you?
It seemed like she was avoiding me.
And at this point, did you interview anybody else in this case?
Yes, Jeremiah Rodriguez.
And where did you interview him at?
At the homicide office.
And was anybody else with him?
His mother, Rebecca Rodriguez.
And from that interview, did you follow up with information you received at that interview?
Yes, sir.
And on May 1st, 2017, at any time did you receive any information about the possible shooter?
Objection calls for hearsay confrontation.
Overruled, that's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And were you able to, at that point, identify anybody that was listed as a possible shooter?
Objection calls for hearsay speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Who was that?
TAYMOR McIntyre.
And did you develop any other information about individuals that were friends with him or acquaintances of his?
His best friend, Jalen Bell.
Your Honor, again, object to hearsay confrontation.
Overruled.
And through your investigation, did you find out where TAYMOR McIntyre was from?
Dallas, Texas.
And
Your Honor, may I have a running objection to this line of inquiry?
You can make your objections, the court will make a ruling.
Objection to hearsay confrontation.
That will be overruled.
I'll show you what's marked State Exhibit number 115.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, sir.
Where was this collected from?
This letter was collected from the Kia Forte when it was processed by CSI with someone.
And so this was found in the Kia Forte.
Yes, it was photographed.
This was photographed. This is can you describe to the jury what they're looking at?
It's an envelope with it's being mailed. The sender is from New Jersey, and the receiver is Mr. McIntyre.
And it has an address for Mr. McIntyre on there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's the city location?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. So leading up to this point, was TAYMOR McIntyre a suspect in the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke with Mark Salvell's family, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And got information from them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on May 1st, did you have an opportunity to talk to Joanne Reyes again?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do? Did you set up another appointment with her
Yes,
for a future appointment?
that's correct.
And on this particular day, did you actually get to view the video of El Patrocino Mexican food restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And was that useful to your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And was that consistent as far as your investigation so far?
Yes, it was.
And for other videos associated possibly with this case, did you make any inquiries or investigation into that?
Yes, sir. So I did check other locations from El Potosino, from the area around there. I went to the Starbucks, the Guitar Center, the North Star Mall, the Pollo Local, looking for other video, but there was no video that showed, which direction the suspects or the people that left the suspect vehicle at Potosino, where they may have gone.
And after viewing the El Patrocino restaurant video that's in evidence, that's State Exhibit number 62, indicate or rather realize that there's any other individuals of interest on that video?
Yes, sir.
Which individuals would those be that the jury has viewed that video? Which individuals would they be?
So where the Kia's parked, there's a car parked next to it, and there's two females that seem to come up to the car and interact with the occupants of the Kia, and then they leave. So I went to find out if I could identify those two females.
And through your investigation, were you able to identify those two individuals that got in that vehicle and left?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, were you able to interview them?
Yes, sir.
And did that assist you in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, what were the names of those individuals, by the way?
Jasmine and Vanessa Cruz.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving forward to May 7th, 2017, was there anything significant for your investigation that happened on that day?
Yeah, I received the Dallas Police Department advising me that Jalen Bell had been arrested.
Now, where had Jalen, I think you mentioned just now, Dallas, but where was Jalen Bell arrested?
Where
Where was he arrested, as in the city? What city was he arrested in?
Mansfield?
No,
Oh,
I'm asking you.
like Dallas, Texas?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Bad question. That's my fault. I apologize. But he was arrested by Dallas PD in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, something significant that was found upon Jalen Bell was that 9mm handgun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you requested this handgun from the Dallas Police Department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And actually, numerous times did you request it?
Objection, leaving.
Sustained.
How many times did you request it?
At least 3 or 4 times over a period of months.
And then moving on to May 9th, I think I just addressed that with State Exhibit number 115 about the letter that was addressed to TAYMOR MCINTYRE and that Fort Worth address. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, that was found in the vehicle, the Kia Forte, the black Kia Forte.
Yes.
Was also found in that black Kia Forte, was there a telephone found in that black Kia Forte?
Yes, sir.
And show you what Smart State Exhibit. State Exhibit number 115. Is this the phone that was found in that black Kia Forte?
Yes, that's the one that was found in the glove compartment.
And subsequently, were you able to identify who this phone belonged to?
Yes, sir.
Who did it belong to?
TAYMOR MCINTYRE.
Thank you. Now also, looking at the photos or CSI photos from the scene at the El Patasino restaurant on this day, were you able to view a wallet that was located near the black Kia Forte?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you what's marked State Exhibit number 78. Was this that wallet?
Yes, it is.
And now this wallet in State Exhibit number 78 was found near that vehicle. Were you able to ever identify whose wallet that was?
It was Mark Saldivar's wallet.
And how were you able to identify that?
I showed his,
Objection, confrontation, hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, on May 15, 2017, did you make any requests that day?
for the gun, In Dallas?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we spoke about it just previously, but I'd like you to, I'm asking you, did you request that on that day also from Dallas Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Going on to May 16th, 2017, were you able to obtain the autopsy report for this case at that day?
Yes, sir.
And was it determined that Mr. Mark Salvador was shot by a handgun, or rather a firearm,
Yes, sir.
and was deceased because of that?
Yes, sir.
At that particular day, did you speak with anybody else related to Joanne Reyes?
On which day, sir?
On May 16th, or May 16th to the 28th.
To Joanna Reyes, I spoke to her mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on May 30th, did you try to gain access to Mark Salvador's cell phone?
I've been trying to do that.
And so I guess what the difference is sort of like you can make access to the actual physical phone, but then you can also request the records. Is that correct?
Deleting.
I'll refrain on it. How do you, I mean, one, what type of records can you obtain from a cell phone?
So I had obtained his cell phone records, so I could tell incoming calls, outgoing calls, things of that nature. But because I could not access his phone, I could not, access anything else from the phone itself, as far as like apps or call logs, contacts, things of that nature.
And this is the individual, Mark Salvador, that you testified earlier to, that you got phone records.
That's correct.
And that's different from the actual cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, at the scene of El Patrocino restaurant, an SD card was found. Were you able to view that or analyze it yourself?
So it was found. I tried to. It was damaged, but I still tried to put it into multiple SD card readers. It didn't work. I eventually ended up sending it to our tech unit. Maybe they have a way of getting information, but they were unable to retrieve any information from that SD card.
And moving on to May 31st, did you ever speak to a Jameson Medina?
Yes, sir.
Did you gain information from that individual?
Yes, sir.
Did that assist you in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And during this time, did you also speak with Jeremiah?
Yes, sir.
And again, gained information from this individual?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak to Olivia Reyes, mother of Joanne Reyes again?
Yes, sir.
Now, on June 20th, 2017, did you ever receive any type of gunshot residue results?
Yes, sir.
And who were the gunshot residue results? Sorry, go ahead.
For Mark Salvador.
And after the accumulation of your investigation to this point, you've spoken to many individuals, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've viewed the Chick-fil-A video.
Yes, sir.
You viewed the El Patrocino Mexican food restaurant video.
Yes, sir.
And done your own investigation into this case.
Yes, sir.
And so on June 26, 2017, what did you do on that particular day?
I submitted for a SID request for TAYMOR, MCINTYRE, and Jalen Bell.
And if you can you describe what a SID request and what it is a SID?
So it's a number. It's a unique identifier. People have it for different reasons, but generally it's if there's going to be a case filed against a person, there needs to be a SID associated with that person.
And you said you requested it. Did you receive a unique number that is associated with each of these individuals?
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell us what the unique SID number for TAYMOR MCINTYRE is?
1085716.
And I believe you stated that you also received one for Jalen Bell. Can you please tell the jury what?
1085713.
Now, at this particular moment, on this date, had you interviewed Joanna Reyes yet?
No, sir.
You had spoken to her,
Yes, sir.
but not fully interviewed her.
That's correct.
Then on, speaking of, the next day, June 27th, 2017, were you able to speak again with the parents of Joanna Reyes?
Yes, sir.
And what did you inform them about?
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
You can answer the question, sir.
I told him that I felt that Jonah was avoiding me and that she was likely going to be charged with capital murder.
And that's something you informed them of on June 27th, 2017.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next day, June 28th, 2017. Did you make a request that day?
Yes, I requested again to have the gun that was found on Jalen Bell transferred here.
Do you know if it was transferred that day or not?
I do not.
Now, on June 30th, 2017, what was significant about this day?
Through my investigation, I found out that TAYMOR McIntyre had been arrested in New Jersey.
And maybe your approach?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a matter that I need to take up outside your presence. So it's probably going to take 5 or 10 minutes. So I can have you all wait for us 5 or 10 minutes, or either I can send you on your lunch break now, and then I would have you all back here by 1:30. So do y'all want your lunch break now? All right, I see some head shakes. All right, please be seated, everyone. Let me give you your instructions that I've been giving you at each break, and hopefully at some point in time, you're gonna memorize it before I even say it. So make sure your badges are always visible, because sometimes people will talk about different cases, but if they see your badge, they'll know that you're on a jury trial and they won't talk around you. The other thing, if you hear someone talking about this case or see anything, ignore it, don't look at it. Everything that you're supposed to know about this case is supposed to come from.
Okay.
All right. Everything that you need to know about this case is supposed to come from? Yes. Don't do any investigation. Don't start deliberating with yourself or with each other. Does everyone understand? All right, so you all will meet back in the jury room at 1:30, and I'm going to release you for your lunch break. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Instruction to the jury would the court consider advising them if someone does try and speak with them, if they were to advise the court or the court personnel?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so State, you mentioned that You were going to ask questions about an extradition from Tarrant County?
Well, no, actually from New Jersey to Tarrant County, Judge.
All right, so what is the purpose of asking about his extradition to Tarrant County?
Well, the purpose, Your Honor, is to direct rebuttal to the defense's opening and also to some of the cross that they have questioned some of the officers or what other witnesses on. In particular, to the 7-year gap, or 8 or 7.5 to 8 year gap that was numerous times in the defense's opening and mentioned numerous times throughout this trial. And I believe that's leaving a false impression that the state, at least Bexar County, was not expediting this actual case. And so it's rebuttal to that to say that he was extradited to Tarrant County. Well, I mean, ideally, to stand charges for capital murder, I can understand how that might be prejudicial, Your Honor. And so we're not asking to get into the fact of what the charge was, but that he was facing charges in Tarrant County for that purpose, and that this officer.
Just say opening the
Close the door. Was up in Tarrant County for several years, waiting to resolve those charges, and hence then he was extradited to San Antonio or Bexar County, Texas. So that does not leave a false impression that the state of Texas and Bexar County DA's office was not expediting this case, because when he was actually brought here, actually for a capital murder, he was brought to trial rather quickly compared to other capital murders that start from start to finish in Bexar County, Texas, Your Honor. So that's the purpose. It's rebutting the contention that defense put in front of the jury that the state had lagged on this one for over 7 to 7.5 to 8 years.
All right, and your response?
Well, Your Honor, while we have talked about the length of time as it related to the firearm and that issue, I do not believe that we have ever suggested that the length of time that is taken to prosecute Mr. McIntyre is part and parcel of why we've criticized the investigation. And if Mr. Callahan could be a bit more specific as to what exactly it would rebut, we are not suggesting, nor do we plan to argue in closing, that this 7-year gap should be held against the state, other than just simply there was a piece of evidence that was sitting in the evidence room for 7 years, which might have had scientific bearing. But I don't think that issue is in play either, because there's been nothing either, I think, in discovery or in any of the testimony that has stated that the reason the gun lingered in evidence was because of the Tarrant County prosecution. In fact, it sounds like the gun has been in police custody here in San Antonio until sometime later in the year of 2017 or early 2018. So I don't think that the issue about his extradition directly to Tarrant County rebuts anything that we've said.
All right, and Attorney Robinson?
I'm gonna do something probably that's gonna make everybody mad.
No, it will not.
Well,
Well, it won't
that's
make
not
me
you,
mad
but
because I don't get mad.
my co-counsel. I think we would stipulate that other than the fact that the gun was not processed, even though it was in their possession, we asked for continuances. I don't think we intend to argue and have not argued, have not questioned, and we would stipulate that they should not hold the length of time that it has taken to bring us to trial against the state in any way, Your Honor. I would reserve the issue of that wouldn't stop them from evaluating a piece of evidence that might have been critical to some of the officers.
All right, well, this is going to be the court's ruling. With the caveat, if y'all want to make a stipulation, you can make a stipulation. But without a stipulation from both sides, this is going to be the court's ruling. Number one, state you're not allowed to mention that he was awaiting charges for a murder case in another county. I would think it would be appropriate for the witness to be allowed to stipulate that the defendant was extradited to Tarrant County. And then when was he extradited to Bexar County?
I don't have that in front of me, Judge. I can get that though.
So I think, that would be the fairest.
2019, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, when?
I believe 2019,
All right.
but I don't, we're not asking and we don't mind the stipulating that, none of that should be held against us then.
Well, if you all want to stipulate, and again, it's completely up to you. If you want to stipulate, the defendant was extradited to Tarrant County, then extradited to Bexar County in 2019 or whatever year it is, I'll allow the witness to testify to that, or either you all can do a stipulation to it. Sir, you're not allowed to, I'm sorry, Sergeant, you're not allowed to say what the reason he was extradited to Tarrant County.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So whatever charges that were pending in Tarrant County are not to be a part of this trial unless for some reason a door is open to that to be discussed. Does everyone understand?
Yes, I just have a question.
Yes.
Don't. The question is that he was extradited to Tarrant County, sent to Tarrant County for charges and pending, or just Tarrant County?
Just that he was extradited to Tarrant County.
Okay,
And if this witness has information to say he was extradited to Tarrant County in whatever year that was,
okay,
and then he was extradited from Tarrant County to Bexar County to whatever year that was,
okay.
but no mention of the charges.
Thank you.
Your Honor, my only question about that is, I don't know what purpose we have in even mentioning an extradition to Tarrant County. Yet the phrase, he was extradited to Tarrant County, means there was a judicial demand for him for a criminal matter,
The jurors don't know what, I don't know if the jurors know what an extradition is.
but they may. The phrase has one meaning, and someone may understand that. I mean, I don't understand because we're not using anything about the time it took to get Mr. McIntyre to court here in San Antonio against the state. It seems like this line of inquiry is unnecessary at all.
Couldn't we agree that he was brought in custody to Tarrant County and thereafter brought to Bexar County in 2019?
Well, one, I don't think he was brought in 2019 because it's 2025, and I think that he was brought here in, what's that? Because when
It says, yeah, booked August 9th, 2019.
Okay, okay. Oh,
It's a juvenile.
as a juvenile. I'm sorry.
As long as they show that he was in custody.
I apologize here. You're correct, because I didn't realize he was a juvenile. I'm going by what I had.
Well, and that also, I mean, like.
Well, here's the thing, time out. If y'all want to stipulate to something, you can stipulate to something. But I make early.
Understood.
Now, the other question is, to the members in the gallery, I usually don't allow children in the gallery because of the nature of our cases. And sometimes children, depending on their ages, they can't sit still or they want to be somewhere else. And then just as a side note, the courtroom is filled with germs. There's germs on the carpet, germs everywhere. So there was a child that was in the courtroom, I don't know, approximately 4 or 5. Defense, did you have any objections to the child not being or asked to leave the courtroom?
No, Your Honor. And they might learn bad habits from the counsel table.
Okay. So if anyone has, we can go off the record. So if anyone has any questions about the court rules and bringing children in, you can just let the deputies know. Yes.
I have a question. Those are his nieces and his nephews and his sisters, and I just wanted to know, can they see him? I mean, I know they can't talk to him.
Yeah. No, well, I will tell you, with regards to that, anyone seeing him,
Yes, ma'am.
you'll have to do it with the deputies. Deputies are in charge of security. I'm a firm believer that everybody stays in their lane, so I don't try to do security. So if that's the reason, you'll need to talk to the deputies about that. And whatever they say about security, that's what they say.
Thank you.
All right. All right, is there anything else?
Not from the state.
All right, so we're gonna be back at 1:30. Rule has been invoked. You know what that means. You can't talk to anybody about this case.
Yes.
All right. 2019 CR 12495 State versus TAYMOR MCINTYRE. We're going to have parties announced for the record. State.
Jason Gary, Thomas Lang for Mr. McIntyre, who's present.
All right. And then it's my understanding that with regards to evidence related to Tarrant County, you all have reached a stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
But I believe they're printing it up, but I think to say, so we don't delay it anymore, I trust Mr. Garrett, and he's gonna talk to the witness for just a brief second, and then we can move on.
Yes, Your Honor. I talked to the defense counsel, and I don't believe there's any objection. I was going to ask, it is a truthful statement if I ask Sergeant Juarez, was TAYMOR MCINTYRE transferred from New Jersey to Tarrant County and from Tarrant County to Bear County? And that was going to be the question. And I believe that would be in the yes, that is correct, and that's sufficient for the defense.
That satisfies the situation.
All right. And then with regards to those questions, I'm assuming no one would have any objections to the state leaving because it's your stipulation?
No objections.
No objection.
All right. Are you all ready to proceed?
Can I just have one moment to make sure?
Yes.
Okay, I heard that question. So I'm going to say was TAYMOR MCINTYRE, he was apprehended in New Jersey.
So just
Apprehended in New Jersey and then transferred to Tarrant and then transferred to Bear County after that. Okay, that's a yes.
Yes.
So defense, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You can bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Yes, and put it in the system. Thank you. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, you're still under oath. If you'll just restate your name for the record, please.
Raul Juarez.
All right, state your name, please.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sergeant Juarez, I believe we were speaking about TAYMOR MCINTYRE being apprehended in New Jersey, and after he was apprehended in New Jersey, was he then transferred to Tarrant County?
Yes.
And then was he transferred here to Bear County?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, that was on, just since after the lunch hour, that was on June 30th that, again, that TAYMOR was apprehended in New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes.
Then let's fast forward to August 22nd, 2017. What is significant about that date?
Joanne Reyes was arrested.
And was she, where do you recall where she was arrested at?
Hector County, Texas.
And then was she subsequently transferred back to Bear County?
Yes, sir.
And when she was transferred back here, did you, or were you ever contacted to, that she wanted to speak to you?
Yes, sir.
And did you set up a interview with Joanna Reyes at that point?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to the actual jail or facility to interview her?
Yes, sir.
And were you given that opportunity to interview her at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak to her about the case that we are here in court today for?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her any photographs?
Yes, sir.
First three was part of 128. Six exhibit 128, 130, and 131. And if you can flip through those.
Yes, sir.
Now, these photos have already been, these are photos raised. And did she identify in these photos?
Yes, sir.
And did she identify these individuals are in these photos on April 20, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury who was named in these photos?
TAYMOR McIntyre is a front seat passenger. Jalen Bell and Jeremiah Rodriguez were in the back seat.
And after discussing this case with Ms. Reyes on that day, at the conclusion of that interview, did you determine whether Joanna Reyes was a participant in this case?
I told Joanna that I believe she was a participant in the case and that she was going to be charged with capital murder.
Now, this is exactly, you had told in previous testimony today before lunch that you had spoken to her parents and told them that she was a suspect in this case.
Yes, sir.
And after the conclusion of that interview, did you reach out to a Jeremiah Rodriguez and Rebecca Rodriguez to obtain another interview?
Yes, sir, the next day.
And so on September 6, 2017, were you able to have that interview with Jeremiah Rodriguez and Rebecca Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
And after that interview with those individuals, was that useful for this case in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of that interview, let me retract that statement, that question. Let me ask you again, on September 6th, again, did you contact the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And what did you contact them for?
They had a backlog, still trying to get that stolen gun over here to Bear County.
And that's the gun that Jen Bell was picked up with in Dallas, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And do you know at that point, was the gun transferred to Bear County on September 6, 2017?
I don't think it was at that point, but I'm not positive when it got transferred to.
And let's just talk about that firearm in particular. Are you aware of when it did make it to Bear County?
No, I don't. I'm not aware, sir.
And in fact, do you recall when you became aware it was in Bear County?
Last 2024, last year.
2020, so last year.
Yes, sir.
And at that particular point was, what did you request about that firearm or what to do with it?
The firearm was sent to the Bear County Crime Lab along with the shell casing that was recovered at the crime scene at the Chick-fil-A for comparison.
And you requested it be sent to be compared, and you got the results from that. Is that correct?
Yes, it didn't match.
Okay. Now, you interviewed all these individuals. Did you ever have an opportunity to interview TAYMOR McINTYRE?
No, sir.
Did you ever have the opportunity to interview Jalen Bell?
No.
Now, this blue cell phone that we discussed earlier, it's entered into evidence, and you had a search warrant made for that phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to get that processed.
It was a crime scene unit. They had the capability to do cell bite extractions for that period.
And so is that who you would have handed it over to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, speaking of search warrants, you mentioned earlier testimony that you got a search warrant for Mark Salvador's phone number, and you also got one from Joanne Reyes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you recall this? Well, not the search warrant number, but the phone numbers that are affiliated with Mark Salvador, and then also the one that is affiliated with Joanne Reyes?
For Joanna Reyes, it's 210-331-8356.
Thank you.
For Mark,
Maybe just to expedite it, if you could refer to your page 31, under the consent to service and search warrants.
thank you. For Mark Sadlival, it was 210-382-3826.
Thank you. And I know that we have to mark this, but the jury is seeing you flip through some pages up there. What are you looking at?
This is my prosecution guide, pretty much my report.
So that's your, in a sense, a police report of your investigation of this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever investigate anything about TAYMOR McIntyre's Twitter account?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what, I guess, the handle or the name of that Twitter account was?
Tay K 47 USA.
And how was that useful for your investigation?
In identifying and getting a date of birth for Mr. McIntyre.
And through this portion of information on TAYMOR McIntyre, was that the only information that you used to identify TAYMOR McIntyre?
Other than lineups from?
No, I'm just saying that in the totality of your investigation.
Yeah, from the witness statements that were in the car. There was evidence found in the car, such as the cell phone, the letter in the trunk of the car, the other people in the car placing him in the vehicle, which was corroborated by the independent witnesses that did not know who was in the car, but were able to corroborate the statements and the video of the shooting and at the Chick-fil-A and then at El Potosino.
Thank you. Now, do you recall that CSI in this case obtained what they call swabs?
Yes, sir.
And those swabs, well, what are swabs? What do you define them as?
They look like, they're just Q-tips. They're like wooden sticks with a Q-tip on top.
Okay. And from your knowledge and training experience, is that used to collect possible DNA or biological evidence?
They swab items to see if there's any DNA left on there, which is different because sometimes they do it like there's blood or saliva or something visible. This is more where it's the surface of things, vehicles or doors, things of that nature.
Are you aware, or if you are, like touch DNA or anything like that?
Yes.
And is that also a possible reason why they would do swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this case, there have been many swabs that were testified to that were done. Were those ever tested in the lab?
No, sir.
And is there a particular reason why these weren't tested?
So, I made the decision not to submit them. I felt that with the evidence that I had with Mr. McIntyre being placed in the front seat of the car and other evidence, it would have helped, but I don't think it would have hurt the case because they don't. So it's such anybody at all. And I felt with the other evidence I had, it wouldn't change anything.
So are you saying that, let's just say hypothetically, one of these swabs would have came back to a different individual, that if it was swabbed inside the car in the front passenger seat, if it would have came back to a different individual, not TAYMOR McIntyre, would that have changed your conclusions on this case?
No, sir.
Would it still be that your conclusions are that TAYMOR McIntyre shot and killed Mark Salvador with a deadly weapon?
Yes, there was more.
23rd, 2017.
Yes, there was more evidence to support that conclusion.
Now, Ms. Snell had been in here earlier to testify about latent prints, and she identified Jalen Bell's fingerprints or latent prints on the cell phone of Mark Salvador, which I believe you testified to earlier, and also that Jeremiah Rodriguez latent prints were found on the exterior of the vehicle. And she also testified that she tested them against Mark Salvador, Joanna Reyes, and TAYMOR McIntyre. You know, in this situation, I guess my question is that Joanna Reyes admitted to being in this vehicle, but yet none of her fingerprints were found. Is that common in cases through your experiences?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the phone is another good example. It was the victim's phone. He used it. It's his phone, and even his fingerprints weren't found on there, which is kind of like the swabs and like in my decision not to submit it, because it's not always a guarantee that anything's going to come back to it. But the fingerprints did come back to Mr. Bell.
And again, you know, Mark Salvador, like you said, it was his phone, but from all intents and purposes, from your investigation, Mark Salvador was on that hood of that vehicle, and many people testified that he was grabbing on that vehicle, but yet none of his fingerprints were found.
Correct.
And also, there's testimony that TAYMOR McIntyre was in that vehicle. However, his fingerprints were not found anywhere in that vehicle also. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And through your investigation, you had determined that the death of Mark Anthony Salvador was caused by TAYMOR McIntyre while he was trying to commit robbery of Mark Salvador.
Objection leading calls for the issue. Instruct the jury to disregard the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the last question.
Motion to disregard.
Did I?
What are your conclusions after the totality of your investigation on your belief of TAYMOR McIntyre's actions?
Objection calls for opinion on the ultimate question.
Sustained.
No, you can't.
Objection.
Can't answer. Were there also clothing items contained within that car that were related to TAYMOR McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
And so, including evidence of the letter and the phone obtained from that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll pass the witness.
Next, Detective. Detective, how are you?
Very good, sir.
I'm sorry, it's Sergeant now, right?
It's okay, sir.
So, fair to say, there are a lot of moving parts in an investigation like this, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rely on a lot of other people to do some of this granular, fine detail work, like fingerprint examination, extraction of cell phone data, collecting evidence at the crime scene, interviewing witnesses.
Yes, sir.
You could not possibly do all of that as one person.
No, sir.
But of course, when you're delegating that many responsibilities, you're dependent on those people doing their jobs correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have to trust that when they report back to you something, that their conclusions and that their opinions are something you can rely upon, right?
Correct.
There's always human error, though, in every case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk about, in terms of how this investigation developed, would it be fair to say that there's the physical evidence and then there's what people told you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about the physical evidence for a second. You know from physical evidence that Mark Saldivar is dead, right?
Correct.
And that he died from a gunshot wound.
Correct.
You know that there was a 9mm shell casing found next to his body.
Yes, sir.
You also know that there are shell casings all over the streets of San Antonio for all sorts of different reasons, right?
Yes, but there was a body next to this one.
Understood. But what I'm asking is, the examination that was done in this case never told you that that shell casing is definitively the shell casing that produced the bullet that killed Mr. Saldivar, right?
So I have video evidence and witness evidence that a shot.
And we're going to get to that in a moment.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to jump ahead. I'm just saying, as far as that 9mm shell casing is concerned, obviously, it's a shell casing next to the deceased person. You're investigating that man's death. I understand that. I'm just saying, there's nothing that conclusively says that 9mm shell casing produced the bullet that killed him. It just is strongly coincidental, right?
That's a little more than a coincidence, sir. Yeah.
Okay, but you know definitively it may not be the shell casing.
It's more than likely to be the shell casing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll more than likely. Understood. So you found a 9mm shell casing next to this man's body in the parking lot of the Chick-fil-A, correct?
Yes, sir.
You acquired surveillance footage of this incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And that surveillance footage showed a car pulling into the Chick-fil-A, a man standing on top of the vehicle, and then someone shooting him, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew from that generally that you're looking for a small, dark-colored four-door sedan, right?
Yes, sir.
And you put a be on the lookout for that vehicle.
Correct.
And you knew that there would be extensive damage to the front windshield of that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then a few days later acquire more physical evidence in the case at the parking lot of this Mexican food restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you know that you have a damaged SD card found in the parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you found that subject vehicle. You found a black four-door Kia with a lot of damage to the front windshield.
Yes, sir.
And you found various items, some of which may have belonged to people in the car, some of which may not have belonged to people in the car, scattered around that parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not find a digital camera, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any, well, you didn't find a digital camera, correct?
Correct.
You acquired surveillance footage from that Mexican food restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you see individuals getting out of that black four-door Kia on the date in question.
Yes, sir.
And so as far as your physical evidence is concerned, right, that's sort of the universe of physical evidence that you have at your disposal, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you have gunshot residue on the deceased's hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
You later on acquire a 9mm pistol obtained from Jalen Bell in Dallas, right?
Yes, sir.
You do comparison to that, and your analyst tells you that that's not the gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't have any other weapons recovered from the vehicle or any other crime scene.
No, sir.
You do have multiple magazines.
Yes,
right?
sir. 3 magazines, yes, sir.
Some are 380 auto and some are 9mm.
Correct.
You don't have any fingerprints on those magazines.
No, sir.
You have a fingerprint belonging to Jalen Bell on the cell phone that you found tossed out of the car in the Chick-fil-A, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have, and you spoke just, well, before I get into what you spoke to, you did an extraction of a blue iPhone in the that you found in the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
You believe that that phone belongs to TAYMOR MCINTYRE, correct?
Based on the data on it, yes, sir.
And you found some belongings in a gym bag, right?
Yes, sir.
You found a piece of mail addressed to Mr. McIntyre.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know that vehicle is registered to Joanna Reyes' father, I believe.
Yes, Juan Reyes.
You have fingerprints of both Mr. Bell and Mr. Jeremiah Rodriguez that were found in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of physical evidence, are there significant things that I'm leaving out of that recitation?
No, sir.
Okay. So if we just look at the physical evidence of the case, you know that the case involves a four-door black Kia, right?
Yes, sir.
The case involves a dead man, Mark Salazar. The case involves, I'm sorry, you were going to say something.
No, yes, sir. I was in agreement. So,
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You know that the case involves a 9mm shell casing, correct?
yes, sir.
I did forget one thing. When the car was searched, a live 380 auto round was found in the front passenger seat of the car, correct?
That's correct.
You found a condom in the car as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Under the front passenger seat.
So you know that someone was shot, and you know generally where they were shot.
Yes,
You
sir.
know that they were on top of the car when they were shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The physical evidence doesn't tell you who shot, correct?
No, sir.
The physical evidence doesn't tell you who was in the front seat and who was in the back seat, right? Let me back up because I think I know why you're thinking. You obviously do have the footage from El Casino that shows people getting out of the car, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you can't look at those images on the footage and say, oh, that's TAYMOR McIntyre, that's Jalen Bell. Like, you just, without any other information you've learned in the case, right?
Well, yeah, without any information that I do have.
Without people telling you, that's me, that's them, you wouldn't be able to say from looking at that footage who's who.
So, yes, the footage isn't clear enough, but I do have that information.
And we'll get to that in a
Okay.
moment. I'm just trying to take
Yes,
stock of what you've acquired physically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know whether that black four-door Kia went directly to that Mexican food restaurant after it left the Chick-fil-A parking lot, right?
That's what I was told, that it went directly there, sir. So that's what I have to go by that.
I'm just asking, does the physical evidence tell you whether the Chick-fil-A parking lot, whether that car went from the Chick-fil-A parking lot directly to El Casino
No,
restaurant? So the physical evidence could be consistent with that, and it could be consistent with them making a pit stop someplace, or stopping some other location, right?
Yes, sir.
They could have had a Chinese fire drill and everybody changed their seats. The physical evidence wouldn't tell you one way or the other.
No, sir.
Okay. The physical evidence doesn't tell you which gun was used to shoot Mark Salazar, right?
No, sir.
The physical evidence doesn't tell you what was stolen from Mr. Salazar, correct?
So the physical evidence includes the video. A backpack was taken, and Mr. Bell was seen slinging a backpack.
Okay. So you see Mr. Bell in the video putting on a backpack.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But let me ask you this: there's no footage of Mr. Salazar getting in the car with a backpack.
That's correct.
And so, in terms of just what the physical evidence shows us, you see a man putting on a backpack.
Yes, sir.
It does not tell you that the backpack was stolen, right?
By itself, no, sir.
Okay. So, suffice it to say, despite the fact that there's a lot of physical evidence collected in this case, there's still a lot of unanswered questions from just the physical evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
It was necessary for you to talk to people who might have firsthand knowledge of things in order to better develop your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of those people accounts that were consistent about some things, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, for example, they saw that there was something going on unusual in that car before it pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Some people said that they were playing around. Some people said they were fighting. You know, there are differing accounts about that.
Yes, sir.
Some people describe the people in the car as all Hispanic. Some people describe the people in the car as being African American, right?
Yes, sir.
Some people said the African American in the front seat had an afro with a blonde streak in it. Some people said he had short cropped hair.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of people got a general idea of what happened, but I mean, is in your training and experience, is that pretty par for the course for innocent bystanders watching something like this happen?
Yeah, people on a Sunday afternoon minding their own business and something like that happens, they have different perspectives of it
So it gives you
and impressions.
a rough sketch of what happened, but not like the kind of detail you need as a detective to really drill it home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so if we take the physical evidence plus the innocent bystanders, there's still a lot of things that you don't know.
Yes, sir.
From that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like, we still don't know why they were playing around or fighting in the car.
Correct.
We still don't know who was in which relative seat in the car.
Yes, sir.
We still don't know who shot the gun.
Yes, sir.
We still don't know which gun it was.
Okay, by name, you're right. Yes, sir.
Okay. We still don't know which gun it was.
Yes, sir.
Accounts also differ about how the gun is used from those innocent bystanders.
Mhm.
You'd agree, right?
How, sir?
Well, you recall some of the witnesses told investigators that the gun was pointing up,
Yes, sir.
and some investigators said the gun was pointed at
Yes,
the
sir.
deceased, and some people said that the gun was being used as a bludgeon instrument,
Yes, sir.
and some people said that the gun was in a different hand and that the blows were coming with just a closed fist.
Yes, sir.
So we still don't know exactly how the fight unfolded in the car, right?
No, sir. Just everybody's perspective of what they saw.
Right, and there's no real way for you to weigh one or the other, right?
No, I just put all of their input into the investigation.
Understood. The accounts differ as to how many shots were fired, right?
Yes, sir.
I think we have some people that say 1, some people that say 2, some people that say 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've got a general idea of what's going on, and you have some physical evidence that does give you a sense of who was in the car. But you'd agree with me that without someone talking to you about what happened inside of that car, you wouldn't be able to file a capital murder charge on anybody, right?
Oh, yeah, because I don't have names.
Well, sure, you don't have names, for one.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes when people die in a gunshot-related incident, it's murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes when people die in a gunshot-related incident, it's self-defense.
Yes.
Defensive property could be a reason someone takes another life with a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
So those things are things. Defending a third person could be a reason to take another life with a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Those are all things that without input from people who were there, you don't have enough information to rule those things out, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that leads us to Joanna Reyes and Jeremiah Rodriguez, right?
Yes, sir.
These are people that you were able to interview.
Yes.
Correct? And from their interviews, you learned that they're the ones that tell you that Mr. McIntyre was the one who produced the pistol, right?
Yes, where he was seated and that he produced the pistol. Yes, sir.
Okay, so they give you the seating arrangement in the car, and they give you that he's the one who brandished the firearm, correct?
Correct.
They're the ones that tell you that he's the one who shot Mr. Saldivar, correct?
Correct.
They're the ones that tell you that he's the one who started the fight, correct?
Correct.
They're the ones who explain why Mark Saldivar was in the car, right?
Yes, sir.
They're the ones that explain, I mean, they just give you their opinion it wasn't self-defense, right? They helped you rule that out.
I mean, I asked them the question and they answered that they didn't believe it was self-defense.
Okay, so And it's important not to have a preconceived idea about who's responsible and what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the way we make mistakes, is by having the idea of what happened and so buried in our head that we ignore other things that might tell us something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going into this, based upon the physical evidence, you understand that any one of those 4 people in the car could potentially have been the shooter.
It was the front seat passenger.
Okay, well, I mean, what I'm getting at is the physical evidence we just talked about doesn't tell you who was the front seat passenger, right? We agree on that much.
Yeah, yes, but I don't look at, you're breaking it down and I didn't look at it just broken down.
Okay, well, when you're not looking at it just broken down, the missing piece of your puzzle comes from Joanna Reyes and Jeremiah Rodriguez, right?
Yes, sir.
Their information is the only information that you get in this investigation that tells you about the goings-on inside the car, correct?
That's not the way the investigation goes, because I combined all the elements that you explained to come to the conclusion that Mr. McIntyre shot and killed Mr. Southwell.
Okay, well, I mean, if I mix flour and water together, I'm never going to get a porterhouse steak, am I?
You're going on to object to argumentative.
Say,
If the evidence by itself doesn't tell you a specific fact, then I guess what you're suggesting is that what they've told you is corroborative, and that's why you can add the physical evidence back into this and reach the conclusion?
So the physical evidence is still a part of it. It's still part of the case. I have the independent witnesses that, yes, they did have differing views and perspectives, but generally, gave a summary of the events that they saw. They don't know who's in the car. They don't know what's happening, but they also don't have any reason not to be truthful.
Okay, but we acknowledge that those individual people, while they give similar accounts, have big differences, right? The race of the people in the car is a significant difference.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
agree?
Yeah, yes, they do.
The number of shots fired is a significant difference, right?
Yes, sir, but that's normal.
Well, and of course it's normal. I mean, I get that. What I'm asking is, okay, let's say that hypothetically, you're investigating someone who posts videos of them giving a talk on some subject matter in their living room, and you're investigating them for a crime. And someone comes forward and says, they committed a crime, and I know that because this man in his house has a marble mantelpiece and a cuckoo clock and green walls and everything else. And you look at that, and everything that person told you is something they could have gotten from watching his videos online, right? Would that be corroborative of what they're accusing him of?
No. Are you saying, like, would that suffice?
Right.
No.
Okay. Because everything they're telling you is something that they could have known independently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this situation, Joanna Reyes and Jeremiah Rodriguez told you that the decision to rob was made by TAYMOR MCINTYRE in the moment, right?
Yes, sir.
And they denied having anything to do with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
They were totally surprised that this had occurred.
Correct.
And then they talk about things that they saw and observed in the car, right?
Yes, sir.
But many of those things either are just things that are in the car, or they're things that you can't know one way or the other. You have to take their word for it. Is that a fair way to describe it?
No.
Okay. So, as a homicide detective, fair to say, almost none of the people that you ever think about as potential suspects in a murder case want to put themselves closer to the crime that you're investigating, right?
Correct.
Like, unless they're coming in and say, I confess I did it, right?
Yes.
Some people do just confess.
Yes, sir.
But unless they're going to confess, people are typically trying to minimize their involvement in the offense, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a detective, you're trained to pick up on the fact that suspects frequently minimize their involvement, right?
Yes, sir.
And there are lots of ways to minimize involvement, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which is to point the blame at someone else, right?
Yes, sir.
One of which is to give you what they think you want to hear, right?
People do that. Yes, sir.
They're trying to figure that out. It's a cat and mouse game with them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're supposed to be watching out for those things.
Yes, sir.
And you're also trying to assess whether or not what this person's telling you can be independently corroborated, right?
Correct.
Because that's the key in case someone has lied to you so badly that they're not credible, right?
Correct.
You have to think not just in terms of they decide, you have to think about how this will be presented and explained to
Yes.
all people one day.
Yes, sir.
And so, keeping those things in mind, if somebody lies to you for a significant portion of your interrogation of them, that's going to send off some red flags for you, right?
Yes, but people generally don't start by telling me the truth.
Okay, fair. But people generally either come clean shortly thereafter, or you're going to write off what the rest of they say is also potentially false, right?
Unless I can support it somehow with other evidence.
Okay, fair enough. So Jeremiah Rodriguez lied to you for a significant portion of your interrogation of him on both occasions. Wouldn't you agree?
More on the first one. Yes.
Definitely more on the first
Yes.
one. Like for what, almost half the interview.
Yes, sir.
He told you he wasn't in the car that day.
Correct.
He said he was watching Redbox videos with his siblings at home, right?
Yes, sir.
He indicated he didn't even see these people that day.
Yes, sir.
And he persisted in that for a very long time.
Correct.
And then even after he gave up that he actually was in the car, for the rest of the interview, he told you there was another person in the car.
Correct.
His name was John, right?
That's correct.
And he just, that John was sitting in somebody's lap, right?
Correct.
Okay. Jeremiah Rodriguez, you mentioned earlier that you requested the generation of SID or SID numbers for Jalen Bell and Taymor McIntyre, right?
Yes, sir.
Meaning you intended to charge them with capital murder.
Correct.
And when I say charge, I mean you're going to present this information to the DA's office. You're going to apply for an arrest warrant. You know that process.
Yes, sir.
You did not do that for Jeremiah Rodriguez,
Yes, sir.
despite the fact that he lied to you for at least an hour in total.
I didn't feel there was enough for capital murder
Based upon what he told you.
on Jeremiah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Joanna told you that Jeremiah had a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
That Jeremiah was a drug dealer.
Yes, sir.
That Jeremiah had photography equipment, right?
That he had photography equipment?
You don't recall that?
No, sir.
Okay. Would it surprise you if that was something that was discussed in there?
No, well, I mean, I believe you.
Okay. Joanna Reyes was avoiding talking to you for months before finally you got to speak with her, right?
That's correct.
And you only got to speak with her because she was arrested out of county.
No, that's correct.
And she was arrested in Odessa, right?
Yes, sir.
A long way from home.
Yes, sir.
And she also was trying emphatically to suggest that she didn't know anything about this, that it just happened, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you for a lengthy period of time that she wasn't even in communication with Mark Salazar, right?
Yes, sir. They had communicated. It had been like over a year or something like that.
And that Taymor McIntyre was using her phone to communicate with them.
Yes, sir.
She eventually admitted that wasn't true, right?
Yes, sir.
So she was similarly trying to minimize her involvement.
Yes, sir.
And so you didn't ask Joanna Reyes for her phone in that interview, did you?
No, I didn't, sir.
And Joanna Reyes in that interview never told you that someone else broke that phone.
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it's good practice to try and get the phones of people involved in homicide or this, at least witnesses this close to the action in
Yes, sir.
homicide, right? For all sorts of reasons, correct?
Correct.
In particular, in this case, what people knew, what was said to them is important, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, if things are as Joanna portrays it, then, well, I'll withdraw that question. One moment. You were asked some questions and there was an objection, so I don't want to go into the substance of it either. But you were asked some questions at one point about information that you received from someone other than Jeremiah and Joanna. I'm just going to ask you, did you receive a Crime Stoppers tip in this case?
Yes, sir.
And fair to say, you later learned that Crime Stoppers tip was from someone who is one of Jeremiah's friends, right?
Yes, sir.
So I gather the thought crossed your mind that Jeremiah was trying to feed law enforcement information through the Crime Stoppers tip.
I didn't think that, no, sir.
Okay. It didn't strike you as unusual. Tip came in that eventually would be traced back to someone very close to Jeremiah Rodriguez.
It was an anonymous tip. It's a Crime Stopper tip, so I have to work and develop them. It's not trying to determine if so you're trying to say if it's false, but
Let me ask you.
because I could corroborate details of the Crime Stopper tip. So things that mentioned in the Crime Stopper tip, I already knew.
Okay, well, let me back up. If somebody wants to try and sell you on a particular version of the story, and they encourage other people to go in and corroborate their version of the story through an anonymous tip, then that isn't really corroboration, right?
So again, sir, I didn't just go with that. I had other evidence, the physical evidence, the witness statements, which still supported what the Crime Stopper said. And I did still talk to people and mention in the Crime Stopper tip. Eventually.
When we talk about the witness statements, we're talking about Joanna Reyes and we're talking about Jeremiah Rodriguez, right?
I meant the independent witnesses also.
Who we discussed at length, accounts differ as to what they say, right?
It's what they saw, sir.
Each of them, what they saw, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't, because it's an anonymous tip, there's no way for you to understand if the tipper has a motive when you're receiving the information, fair to say?
At that point, no, sir.
Right, but in this case, you did later learn that there might be a motive for that Crime Stoppers tip.
I didn't believe there was a motive as you're presenting, no, sir.
Okay. Similarly, like you didn't believe that you needed to walk a warrant for Jeremiah Rodriguez for capital murder.
Correct.
Okay. Even though you know that some of the accounts indicate that Jeremiah Rodriguez attacked or hit Mark Salvador.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's at least some account among all these different versions we've discussed where Jeremiah Rodriguez may have been armed, right?
That's correct.
And the physical evidence indicated that there might be at least 3 firearms in that vehicle during the time period that this occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But we didn't walk a charge on Jeremiah Rodriguez.
Correct.
Okay. When Ms. Reyes was interviewed, she originally tried to lead you to believe that she was unaware that anyone had a firearm in the car when they got in that day, right?
Yes, sir.
But later on, you very casually say, what gun did Jen and Mel have? And she just says 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to look at Joanna Reyes' Instagram account at all?
I didn't know, sir.
Okay, so you took her word for it about how this all went down and what was being arranged.
With the physical and other witness statements, yes, sir.
Okay, what else shows what was being arranged?
Just the contact on the phone from Mark Saldivar with Joanna Reyes, sir.
Okay, you don't have the content of that
No, sir.
communication, right?
No, sir.
You just know they spoke.
Yes, sir.
That would be consistent with her talking to Mark Saldivar, right?
Yes, sir.
We all know that she spoke to Mark Saldivar, right?
She said,
leads us to believe she didn't speak to Mark Saldivar, right?
Correct.
But as to the content of it, nothing corroborates that.
That's correct.
Okay. And she's given several different accounts of what exactly they discussed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you are investigating, you were asked several questions earlier about search warrants. You recall that questioning?
Yes, sir.
And that's pretty standard because of the Fourth Amendment. You need to get warrants to search certain places that you suspect might be involved in a crime like this.
Yes, sir.
And the information you received from these cooperators was that after the shooting, everyone went back to Jeremiah Rodriguez's house, right?
Correct, sir.
Did you execute a search warrant for Jeremiah Rodriguez's house?
No, I did not, sir.
Okay. Did you execute a search warrant for Joanna Reyes's house?
No, I did not, sir.
Or a search warrant for any other place that they indicated to you they might have stayed in the last 2 weeks?
No, sir.
You did apply for a search warrant for the phone that you determined belonged to Taymor McIntyre, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you applied for that warrant, you advised that you had reason to believe that Joanne Reyes was a person that Mark Saldivar had corresponded with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed that warrant recently?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to have the warrant in front of you while I ask you about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment. I'll find that for you. That's right, yes. Thank you. All right, Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as JR1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the affidavit for search warrant for the iPhone that we've been discussing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you have any questions you don't recall, please feel free to refresh your recollection. So when you are, in order to get into that phone, you first applied for a search warrant to search that black Kia that was found in the parking lot of the Mexican food restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you discovered this phone through that search.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that, and so then you applied for another warrant to gain access to search the phone itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I take that back. In between, you also applied for a warrant to obtain Joanna Reyes's cell phone records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had her cell phone records before you applied for the warrant to physically search the contents of the iPhone that was found in the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason why you were able to get the warrant to obtain Ms. Reyes's phone records was because you had taken Mark's phone that was handed to you, someone from SAPD at the scene at the Chick-fil-A, and you had mentioned that you were able to access the notifications that were coming up on the screen, right?
Yeah, they were just popping up on the screen, sir.
And so you were able to call numbers
Yes.
off of that. And looking at that phone and looking at those notifications, you were able to see that he had been corresponding with a phone number that you later determined to be Joanne Reyes's, correct?
Not on the phone. Not, you're talking about through the notifications?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. So how did you find out that number was Joanne Reyes's?
So I through the phone, through the notifications, I found that it was somebody that appeared to be family members of Mr. Saldivar. Those are the numbers I reached out to. One of them was his brother. I told them who I was. I went out to the location and I spoke to them, gave them the initial information of what we thought was going on. they identified him. I couldn't give him, they gave me his number. I applied for a search warrant for his phone records. Once I got his phone records, I looked at the approximate time that Mr. Saldivar was seen leaving the house and when the shooting occurred. And that number came up, and so in researching the number, at that point, back in 2017, you could punch numbers into Facebook, like you just find people by their phone number, and Joanna Reyes' name came up. So through that process.
Understood. So, but let me back up. You did call numbers directly off of Mark's phone, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and who did you call directly off of his phone?
There were different people that I spoke to, sir.
Random people that
Yeah,
you
yes,
spoke
sir.
to that day. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to do that even though you couldn't unlock the phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were calling through, was Joanna Reyes' number one of the numbers you called?
No, sir. Not that I spoke to, no, sir.
Well, did you ever call anybody that you didn't get a hold of? Did you ever try to ring Joanne Reyes' number through Mark's phone?
Through Mark's phone, it was locked, sir.
Well, I understand, but you indicated in your reporting that you had Mark's physical phone from the Chick-fil-A parking lot, right?
Correct, sir.
And as you're trying to figure out who is this man, whose phone is this, how is it connected, you indicated that you had called numbers off of the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean I called them through the phone itself. I wrote the numbers down and then called them from the office phone.
Okay, so these would be numbers you wrote down from the search warrant of Mark's phone, or the numbers you wrote down by actually looking at Mark's phone?
Just looking at Mark's phone.
Okay, but you called them from your office number?
Office or my work cell. So, but no, I didn't. Other than the ones that are logged in the prosecution guide, I don't.
So you don't believe you ever called Joanne Reyes' number?
I don't believe I did. No, sir.
You indicated that Joanne Reyes and Mark Saldivar had been in telephonic communication frequent telephonic communication in the hours leading up to his death, right?
I mean, they had been in communication since like midnight the night before.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So fair to say those would have been the most recent numbers.
Yes, sir.
In Mr. Saldivar's phone.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't call them?
So no, I didn't call her number. I tried to contact her, and then that's how I ended up finding her.
Okay, you tried to contact her.
Joanna Reyes.
Right. How did you find her number? Through the phone, right? But you didn't call that number.
No.
Let me kind of narrow this down. I understand because we're talking about everything at once, and we're talking about a narrow span of time.
Okay.
I want to focus this questioning on the time period leading up to when you applied for a search warrant for that blue iPhone that was found in the car.
Okay.
Okay. So between the time that you physically acquired Mark Saldivar's phone and the time that you applied for the search warrant for that blue phone that was found in the car. Let me just ask it this way. Did you ever believe that that blue phone that was in the car was Joanna Reyes' phone?
I didn't know whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. Did you suspect it was Joanna Reyes' phone?
No, I just didn't know whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. But you had spoken to Joanna Reyes before you unlocked the phone or after?
You're talking about the blue one?
Yes, sir.
After.
Okay. Had you determined whether or not, had you acquired Joanna Reyes' call logs before you applied for the blue phone warrant?
Yes, sir.
Had you called any of the numbers on Joanna Reyes' call logs?
No, sir.
Okay. In your conversations with Ms. Ray, she frequently offered up the explanation that she was afraid as a reason why she hadn't spoken out sooner or why she was in Ector County, all sorts of things, right?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to downplay how much danger she was in, correct?
I mean, that was just what she was saying. Yes, sir.
Right, but you were trying to explain that that wasn't as significant of a threat as she perceived it to be, right?
Well, by the time I spoke to her, Mr. McIntyre was already locked up, and that's who she seemed to be afraid of.
Okay. So that was the reason you were trying to give reassurance that there wasn't a significant risk.
I mean, I was trying to reassure her, but she sure felt like there was a significant risk.
In terms of what transpired after she gave you her whole account of things, you explained to her that she would likely be let out on bond, right?
For the warrant, for the reason she was there.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And she would be at liberty after your interview. She would be able to walk out of the room. Well, I mean, sorry, that she would be able to post bond and walk out of jail, that there would be an independent reason to hold.
Yes, I told her I was in a file at large on her for capital murder.
And at large means that you're not going to be immediately arrested. Just because you filed the case doesn't mean they're going to be immediately arrested, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you said that she appeared to be afraid and concerned when she was talking to you, right?
When she was talking to me,
Yes, sir.
no, she expressed that she's locked up. Like I think she felt pretty safe there, but she was expressing to me why she felt that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you go out and attempt to corroborate any of the things that she said making her afraid?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't go and try to conduct an investigation in Dallas where she was, right?
No, sir.
All right. You didn't talk to anybody in Dallas who she might have been living with or staying with?
No, sir.
Okay. And we already said you didn't acquire anything on her phone.
That's correct.
And you didn't even ask for her phone in the interview.
Correct.
You mentioned that you acquired DNA swabbing from the suspects, right?
Like physically from the suspect? Physically from the suspect?
You requested it?
For Mr. McIntyre.
Just for Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any DNA swabbing done on Mr. Bell?
No, sir.
Did you have any DNA swabbing done on Joanna Reyes or Jeremiah
No,
Rodriguez?
sir.
Okay, just Mr. McIntyre.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you never requested that that be processed against anything on any of the items of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And your explanation for that was basically you made the decision that you had enough to proceed forward without that information, right?
Through the course of the investigation, yes, sir.
So, I mean, you do recognize that that comes with an inherent amount of risk to not check for DNA, correct?
Yes, sir. But like I mentioned, even with the evidence that I had as a physical witness and other evidence, as you mentioned, sir, I still believe that all that showed that Mr. McIntyre.
And I understand what you believe. What I'm trying to get to is, I mean, for example,
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah Rodriguez told you there was another man in the car named John, right?
That's correct.
And that he was sitting in someone's lap while they were driving around, right?
Yes, he did.
And you clearly make manifest to Jeremiah that you're not buying it,
Yes, sir.
right? And then he starts to change his tune, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've talked about how one of the problems with interrogating people is They are trying to tell you what they think you want to hear, kind of cut them off at the pass.
Yes.
And so let's say that you ran that serology and you ran that DNA and it came back to a man in CODIS named John. That'd be a problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely change things from the evidence, physical evidence, video, witness statements that I had to that point, but I didn't have that indication.
You decided that was a low probability event and that you'll take the risk and you'll file the charge and you won't charge Jeremiah.
That's not the reason I didn't charge him, but no, that's, like I said, I was basing it on all the evidence, the totality of
Bottom
the
line
evidence.
is we just don't know what that DNA evidence would tell us.
It wasn't submitted, no, sir.
Okay. In terms of processing the automobile, there wasn't any work done to try and identify whether or not there was blood spatter in the car, for example.
That's, I mean, see, that's CSI's job, sir. I don't know that, I didn't get any evidence or indication from CSI that blood spatter or any other biological fluid was found in the car, no, sir.
Okay, so the thoroughness of their investigation is one of those things we talked about at the beginning, where there are a lot of moving parts, you have to rely on their work, you have to trust it was competently done, right?
Yes, sir.
But if there had been blood spatter in the car, you'd want to know about it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'd want to run serology on it, right?
But it wasn't found, sir.
Okay, and you don't know why it wasn't found. You can't say whether it wasn't found because it wasn't there or CSI didn't do it.
I mean, that's what I choose to say. It wasn't there. Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as you're aware.
As far as I'm aware.
It
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back real quick to the issue of her fear and Joanna's fear, right? One of the things that you point out to Joanna in that interview that I'd like to ask you about is Taymor and Jalen Bell obviously leave town. Taymor's found in New Jersey. Mr. Bell is found in Dallas, right?
Yes, sir.
And your understanding from talking to Ms. Reyes is that she went to Dallas and then she went to Ector County.
Yes, sir.
And maybe somewhere else we don't know.
Yes, sir.
No one was keeping tabs on Jeremiah in San Antonio as far as you know, right?
As far as I know now, sir.
Okay. And you even asked her, well, if you're so worried about this, why would they just leave Jeremiah by himself?
Yes, sir.
Remember asking that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about that SD card that was found in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
You said that you tried to access it just by plugging it into a computer like you would any SD card, right?
Yes, sir.
And it just wasn't working.
Correct.
So you sent it off, you said for analysis. Can you just explain for us a little bit what exactly, who you sent it to?
So I sent it to San Antonio Police Department has a video investigation technical unit. They're the ones that generally collect surveillance video. They help us out recovering photos, sometimes from SD cards, not just on criminal cases, on other stuff. They help CSIs out with that. So that's kind of what they do. They're detectives.
Okay, and you sent it to them and they said, we can't get to work, we can't do anything.
Correct.
And was there any follow-up after that? Are there any additional steps that could have been taken to try and restore that SD card?
They're the subject matter experts, sir. They didn't indicate that there was anything else that could be done, no, sir. So I would say no.
You deferred to their experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as the SD card is concerned, you don't know if it's a random SD card that someone else dropped in the parking lot, or if it belonged to the deceased, or if it belonged to someone else.
That's correct.
Okay. Did they generate any kind of a report to you?
Yes, they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. When do you think, as far as you were concerned, your interview with Ms. Reyes is in September of 2017, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then your interview with Mr. Rodriguez is a similar time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you file the case with the DA's office, right?
Yes, sir. Before. Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about what your duties are as the detective on a case, the lead detective on a step of filing the charge with the DA's office.
Yes, sir.
Do you go back to sort of being eligible to catch other cases and to be reassigned to other work at that point? Or is it something where you file charges and you are frequently still heavily involved in the investigation? It's just that you completed step one, which is I have enough to file a charge.
So the case is filed and we're still subject to receiving other cases.
Okay.
We have a caseload.
So you're sort of back to the normal routine, or, I mean, how many cases are you expected on a daily basis to be working?
It varies, sir, anywhere from half a dozen to more, yeah.
Okay. So during this time period from April of 2017 until you filed the charges on it, this wasn't the only case that you were working for homicide, right?
Correct.
Okay. Around that time, do you know how many you were handling?
I would have to say probably about half a dozen. I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
Sure. But after you sort of file charges, is that sort of a mark in your book that while you're still the duty detective for that case,
Yes.
it's not something you're going to have to deal with every day from here on out? Like, it's kind of
Not
as far as you're concerned.
Not as much as the other cases. Yes, sir.
Because now it's the prosecutor's job to review your prosecution guide and decide whether they like what you did and whether they think there's probable cause to get an indictment on someone and those kinds of things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you know, to your credit, you mentioned several times things that you want to keep following up on about this case, right? In your prosecution guide?
Yes, sir.
And one of those things that you notated is that you'd like to see ballistics work done on the pistol that was seized off of Jalen Bell, right?
Correct.
And that was something that you notated back in 2017.
That's correct.
And Mr. Garahan talked to you 3 or 4 times. You were asking Dallas to get that to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And it took a long time to get it down.
Yes, sir. To the point that I honestly don't know exactly when it got to Bear County.
So it was not a part of your decision-making process at all when you filed the charge. You filed the charge having never looked at or considered Jalen Bell's pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, yes, I didn't know if it matched. That's what you're asking?
Right.
Yes.
You decided to file anyway despite not having that in your possession.
Again, yes, yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned talk about delegation of duties again. You sent the SD card off to those people, and they come back and they say, "Is there anything more we do about this?" You're like, "Okay, that's noted." Moving on to the next question. The collection of evidence itself is also not a detective's responsibility per se. That's left up to the crime scene investigators, right?
Generally, yes, sir.
I mean, you have authority to tell a crime scene investigator, go process that, go collect that, photograph that, but it's their job to also be doing that without your direct input, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were several crime scene investigators involved in this case, right?
That's correct.
And each of them, when they get out to the scene, is notating their E1, E2, E3 for the thing that they're processing, right?
Yes, sir.
That gets confusing, can't it?
Yes, it does.
And the goal is that eventually someone figures out what everything is and which scene it came from, and they give it that barcode, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's designed to kind of put the matter to an end and say, okay, this barcode belongs to this piece of evidence, and that is what it is, right?
Generally, that's the idea, yes, sir.
Okay. And in this case, the barcodes for the scene at the Chick-fil-A were generated by Kim Wong, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Wong's no longer with the department, correct?
As far as I know, no, sir.
Okay. But you wouldn't have had anything to do with how they labeled their evidence or how the barcode is generated or anything else.
No, sir.
Now, in terms of, in this case, we have two pretty evidence-intensive crime scenes, right? We have the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and we have the El Pontecino parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, I mean, obviously the car is taken to a secure evidence bay where it's internally processed, right?
Correct.
But at the time that the car is discovered in the Mexican food restaurant parking lot, there's a be on the lookout for it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who generated the be on the lookout?
I did.
Okay. When you do that, back in 2017, was there a way to link up information? I mean, like, if I'm a patrolman and I'm just going about my ordinary business as a patrolman, and I see something that matches your be on the lookout, and as a result of that, crime scene investigators are brought out to process a scene, how did they get the benefit of the notes and the field work and everything that was done at the first crime scene? How is that communicated to them?
So there's a record, back then, there was a record management system. And that's kind of like the way we have now. We have a report, Mark 43, it's a report management system, which is where we put our reports. And you're able to see other people's reports.
Okay. Would it trouble you to learn that we've heard testimony in this case that some people had not seen any reports when they made the El Pontecino parking lot scene?
No.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
I mean, I don't know if they did or didn't. You know. It's the resources available.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you have to rely on what they know, what they don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were not the first officer that arrived at the Chick-fil-A parking lot, right?
No, sir.
When you got there, had the crime scene tape already been set up?
The crime scene was secure already. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there ever a decision to expand the perimeter of the crime scene?
No, sir. Not from my recollection.
Okay. You're aware that the eyewitness accounts sort of start the story back on the access road of the freeway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then eventually they pull into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and that's where Mr. Saldivar dies.
Correct, sir.
So the crime scene that was drawn did not encompass those lanes of traffic or the curbs or the grass next to the access road itself. It was just essentially looks like the property line of the Chick-fil-A establishment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody go to sweep the area of the access road, like to look at the roadbed of the access road or the curb or anything like that?
The roadway, not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. We are aware that different witnesses have said that they think they heard 2 or 3 shots, and some said 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, does anyone need a short break? All right, so I'm gonna have you all back here at 3:15. Is that enough time for everyone? All right, remember my previous instructions. Everyone please rise for the praise. All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, I believe it's your redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Part of it was, I believe it sort of came out on some questioning you had with Mr. Hunter, but you stated about a backpack that you saw Jalen Bell put on, and is that in the video of the El Campesino Mexican restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And so, again, that may not be indicative just of them putting a backpack on that it was stolen. However, was that consistent with other information you had on the case?
Yes, his Mark's brother said he left with a
Objection,
bike.
hearsay, confrontation, Your Honor.
All right, with regards to hearsay, that will be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last statement.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
The testimony is already received. Was there indication that a backpack was involved in the taking, or that Mark's backpack was taken from him?
Yes.
Objection, that I think is the same. Calls for hearsay and speculation.
A little.
Now, again, particularly of itself, putting it on by itself, I guess not a crime, right?
Correct.
But no case is done in a vacuum, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what I mean by a vacuum is, I'm gonna take one factor and say, hey, is this person guilty or charged or should be charged with capital murder? So, for instance, if I say Jalen Bell should be charged with capital murder because he put that backpack on, in and of itself, it doesn't hold anything, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's what I mean by a vacuum. The fact is that it's the totality of everything that you did in this case that led you to believe up to that point where you filed for those warrants of capital murder against Jalen Bell and TAYMOR McIntyre that attributes why you believe they should be charged with capital murder. Is that correct?
Objection, leading compound question.
All right, with regards to compound question, that will be sustained.
But is any case that you work up, you just work it in a vacuum and you don't use everything that you have in a case?
No, sir. We try to combine everything, conclusions after conducting the investigation.
Now, Mr. Hunter went over at length Jeremiah Rodriguez's statements to you.
Yes, sir.
In fact, he gave at least 2 statements to you that were recorded. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at length, Mr. Hunter went over statements that Mr. Rodriguez told you in those statements, in that video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But in the first interview with you on April 30th, at that time, had you developed a suspect of TAYMOR McIntyre?
Objection, calls for an opinion on the ultimate question.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
On April 30th, the week after, through the investigation, I had developed the name of TAYMOR McIntyre.
And so when you interviewed Gerard Rodriguez, for all intents and purposes, as testimony was elicited from Mr. Hunter, that he minimized or was untruthful or lied to you at the beginning of that interview on April 30th, 2017. Is that correct?
Jeremiah?
Jeremiah, yes.
Yes, sir.
And at some point during that interview, as Mr. Hunter elicited from you, then Jeremiah was admitted some parts of what he was involved in of this case. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and confrontation.
Yeah, got it. Oh, sorry.
I'll do your response.
Your Honor, in response to that is that Mr. Hunter went over at length Jeremiah Rodriguez's statement. I'm trying to, one, just show that the consistency of those statements that Mr. Hunter elicited from the detective of Jeremiah Rodriguez.
I didn't offer any statement of Mr. Rodriguez's for its truth. In fact, I was trying to get the witness, and the witness did agree that those were lies. The state can't offer the self-serving hearsay just because I elicited false statements that the witness told the detective. The reason it's admissible while the defense crosses is not a reason.
Excuse me, if y'all can approach. All right, so, you may proceed.
All right, well, let me ask you this, Sergeant Morris. Jeremiah Rodriguez gave you a statement on April 30th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he also gave you an additional statement on September 6th, 2017.
Yes, sir.
And combined with other evidence in this case, were portions of this interview consistent with other corroborating evidence?
Objection bolstering.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And so you gained some knowledge from Jeremiah Rodriguez
Yes, sir.
from one interview at the infancy of this investigation on April 30th, just roughly 7 days after the murder of Mark Salvador.
Yes, sir.
And then roughly September 6th, months later, you interview him again.
Yes, sir.
And between those two statements, there's consistency. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection bolstering.
Overruled.
And did you combine what you learned from Jeremiah Rodriguez and compare it to other evidence in your case?
Yes, sir.
For instance, the day before September 6th, I'm sorry, September 6th, you interviewed Jeremiah Rodriguez, but on September 5th, you had interviewed Joanna Reyes at the jail, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard the question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here to disregard the question.
Motion to disregard.
Denied.
Did you interview anybody on September 5th, 2017?
Yes,
Who was that person?
Joanna Reyes
Where did you interview that person?
at the Bear County Jail.
And with the interview that you performed with her, was that on, I guess, video and audio?
It was recorded on DVD, yes, sir.
And with her interview, did portions of that for your investigation, was that consistent with other evidence in this case?
Objection, bolstered.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And was that also consistent with portions of Jeremiah's first and second interview?
Yes, sir.
And then combined with other evidence in this case, was it consistent with the conclusions that you made about this case of TAYMOR McIntyre's involvement?
Yes, sir.
And in the end, what was your conclusion?
Objection calls for opinion on the ultimate issue.
Sustained.
What did you charge TAYMOR McIntyre with, or what did you file? What charge did you file against TAYMOR McIntyre at the conclusion of your investigation?
He was charged with the capital murder assault.
And just to clear up one portion, Mark Salvador's phone. Were you able, I think there was some confusion earlier. I want to clear that up. Were you able to access the actual phone?
No, sir.
So actually have the passcode or access code to enter it and look at the call logs?
Yes, so I'm sure by now most people know that it's an iPhone, it's a notification. So the way he had this phone set up, whenever he got a call or text or certain, however you can select the notifications on the phone, those things pop up on their own. They're the settings that were set. So when I looked at the phone, not being able to access it, make a call, anything, I was able to see those notifications, and that's where I gleaned that information.
And then other information, as you testified to previously, that you received from the call records, that is not part of the actual phone.
That's correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. So you're aware that Cellbrite can crack into locked phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a routine practice of law enforcement to break into locked phones, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was not done in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked about the consistency of these individuals' stories as it relates to your recommendation that these men be indicted for capital murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, as a detective, you have to understand and know the Texas Penal Code, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, the contention is that the reason it's a capital murder is because it was done in the course of a robbery. That's what you recommended, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware of the elements of robbery?
Yes, sir. Yes, making demands, taking property without the owner's consent.
You're aware that a robbery first requires a theft, right?
Yes, sir.
Theft is a separate crime under Texas law.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the course of committing theft, the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another person.
Yes,
right? Or they threaten intentionally to use force or lethal force.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're talking about theft requires that someone have the intent to permanently deprive the owner of their property, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you talk to both Jeremiah and Joanna, in the course of their explanation of this, they were talking about how there was a demand for a bag, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Yeah, I think as far as Joanna's concerned, that'd be prior sworn testimony.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. there was was it your understanding, based upon your interviews with Joanna and Jeremiah, that they were consistent with each other in that they were indicating that this was a demand for a bag?
Objection here, Your Honor.
There's nothing about the statements that you took from Jeremiah Rodriguez on either occasion, or Ms. Reyes, where they indicated to you that there was prior knowledge the bag would be stolen, right?
Objection here, Your Honor.
Just ask and answer. You do not have any video surveillance footage showing a struggle over a backpack while Mr. Saldivar is still alive, right?
No, sir.
In fact, the only footage or evidence at all of the backpack that you have is the footage from the El Pontesino parking lot where you see a man putting on the backpack, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you never recovered a backpack, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the State, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense.
All right, the room has been booked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone in the dependency of this case. If you'll leave whatever exhibits with the court reporter, please.
Yes, ma'am.
State, call your next witness.
In the microphone.
The state calls Luis Lopez.
Just gotta wait a bit.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury can hear.
Okay.
You'll state your name and spell your last name, please.
Luis Lopez, Lopez.
All right, state your name, proceed.
Mr. Lopez, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with inmate calling solutions.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with Inmate Calling?
About 11 years.
Okay, and is Inmate Calling Solutions also referred to as ICS
Yes.
for short, correct? For short?
Yes.
And what is your title with ICS?
My official title is field tech.
Okay, and do you also act as a custodian of records for ICS?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and specifically as a custodian of records, do you maintain jail calls made from the Bexar County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, these calls, are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, they are.
And is it a regular practice to maintain the records for the jail?
Yes, it is.
All right. And the calls that are made by inmates from the Bexar County Jail, are they recorded when they are placed?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain to the jury how the calls are recorded?
As soon as the inmate picks up the phone, there's a little software that allows the system to detect. And then when they start dialing, then the system starts recording at that point. As soon as they press 1 to place a call,
Okay.
the way through.
And when the inmate picks up the phone and starts the call, is there a warning that the call is recorded?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and so how does one go about obtaining a copy of the recorded jail call?
Depends on who's asking, but most of the times it's through a subpoena or a request from, the person.
A law enforcement agency?
A law enforcement agency.
Okay, and I guess, can you tell the jury what the enforcer is?
The enforcer is the system where we keep all the records and make changes to the records for each inmate. So if somebody has an issue with the voice, we will go there and help them out with the voice through the enforcer.
We also enroll them in the enforcer with their SID number and their PIN number. And then through the enforcer, that's where we listen and can get recordings from the phone calls that are made.
Okay. Now you talked about the SID number. Is that a unique identifier assigned to each inmate in the Bexar County Jail?
As soon as they walk in, yes.
Okay. And does the SID number have to be entered to make a call from the Bexar County Jail to a recipient on the outside of the Bexar
Yes,
County Jail?
SID number and a PIN number that the person or the inmate has selected themselves.
Okay. And so can you explain to the jury how an inmate would go about making a call from the Bexar County Jail?
Excuse me?
Did you already explain how the inmates make their calls?
How they make their calls?
Yes.
They'll pick up the phone. They'll hit 1 to place a call. After that, the system will ask them to enter in their PIN number. At that point, they enter in their SID number and their 4-digit PIN number that they have selected. Then after that, it will ask them to say United States of America for the voice recognition.
Okay. And when inmates are making calls from the Bexar County Jail, do they have to state their name in the call?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. I'm going to take it out of its envelope, but do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do.
And have you listened to the contents contained within State's Exhibit number 118?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are they a fair and accurate depiction of the recordings that are made? Okay, and do you know what unique identifier they were made from, or SID number they were made from?
Yes, they have the calls all have their SID number and a CSN number also that tracks the call.
Okay, and regarding State's Exhibit number 118, who is the inmate and his SID number that made the calls contained on the State's Exhibit number 118?
Last name McIntyre.
First name? You know.
TAYMOR.
Can you say it in?
Oh, TAYMOR.
Okay. And what is the SID number associated with that inmate?
It's 108-5731.
Okay. And you've listened to the contents of State's Exhibit number 118?
Yes.
And they're an accurate copy of the conversations?
Yes.
Okay. And they were recorded on a device that's capable of making an accurate audio recording?
Correct.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 118 to enter into defense for inspection.
Madam Boyd Dyer.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? You've reviewed the contents of States 118,
Yes, sir.
and how many calls are on this disc?
4.
There are just 4?
Yes, sir.
You know how long each of them is?
About 15 minutes each.
Okay. Y'all remember we approach?
Yes. Give us 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
please be seated. And Sydney, if you need to take a break, you can take a break. I'm just going to listen to this.
You want me to play it on the work computer, because I don't know how to detach the sound from all around, so I didn't.
Oh, no, you can just go ahead and play it.
Okay.
The money one you're referring to is, it's just one of them, right? The other ones don't discuss that.
Yeah, one.
I think that's the one project one needs to hear.
Well, I'm offering all of them, so
I mean,
All right, let me hear.
An hour to hear all.
they're 60 minutes each, unless you're not objecting to the other one. I mean,
No, I just think that since.
All right, let me hear it. Thank you. We'll hear it. And there's no objection to foundation, so you can skip the part where the caller is being identified. And if I remember, I think that's probably about 5 minutes.
yeah. I'm just gonna publish it on this.
Sure.
Star 135 and report.
I'll turn the heat right now that I wouldn't be able to hear that like you might could. Yeah. Yo.
Hello?
Hey.
Oh.
You good? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm good. I know you have like a lot of like beats and shit like that, but like I'm gonna hear that like you might could in a couple of days, right? Yeah. Even if I did hear it right now, then I wouldn't be able to like really just hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I was trying to see earlier. This is not what I'm trying to do, right? Never. Okay. I had to show you one time, and then I'll tell you if I'm trying to do this or not. It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did. I just wouldn't play here for myself. I got a lot of stuff to do. Huh?
We all do. We have like a sweet spirit. You know?
Well, I appreciate you. Not you, and you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying not to let the word you down, you know?
Well,
You say before my ex-wife.
you know what?
That's very true. That's book. People are out there going to do
What?
Healing, like how you put that in.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
And like, I mean, like, yeah, I don't mean like just people. I mean like everyday people, like kids, like that kind of like a thing. But it's like I think this is just everyone. They really don't anything back there.
Who ready for the next 2 drugs?
No, cool. Healing is what that's part. That anything really what that is. Like, you take care of yourself.
They doing right shit. I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Heavy.
I'll tell you stuff.
Huh?
Start for real.
What's that? Oh, first and second.
That's why I'll tell you performing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm getting out, but I think it's very positive.
Oh, you leaving?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, good. Well, I'm just looking at TV.
But why I'm not trying to leave you.
I was like, okay, cause I was gonna do something, but I didn't know you were leaving right now. But, I guess I'll just do this then. You said it was a bunch of kids over there, right?
Kids over where?
Over there. Over there. Where Kay was at. At the house that Kayla was over there.
The Airbnb?
Nah.
Oh, the movie in that house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm over there.
Oh, for real? I'm gonna have them, damn, what kind of work is that? You said what? Like, why does it sound like why does it sound like a vulture over there?
No.
I know what a vulture sounds like. That was a vulture.
But that's not like the garbage dumpster. Like, I'm not doing it.
You said there's a raccoon? I never seen a raccoon before we were like, yeah, that was me. You was a raccoon?
Yes, that's a brand. Like, here's the market. It's gonna be on the side of the street.
Niggas see that coon out there. God damn it. You see they got them, that trash can.
You're seeing it last.
You know, a trash can down there out of Ginger.
Oh my God.
Our early next time. Bro, daddy's supposed to be nocturnal.
I was okay. Still kind of dark outside though. I was approaching the garden. Not pitch black, but it's a little dark. You know, it's like they up after this couple weeks. It's dark to light.
It's light over here.
Yeah, it's light, it's a little dark.
Okay. Okay, maybe.
I can't say like say it's gonna start getting dark in 5 minutes. I don't know, but I know.
That makes sense. Come on, this is Sally Bud. You don't know this from getting me.
I don't like movies like that.
You don't got an album culture inside you.
I am the culture.
Sure, you never seen Beavis Views.
No, I've never seen it. It's out. It's a new one out too.
I don't know if that's a hard to follow.
I like to see it. They didn't have a new movie out, but it's like it's like people don't like the musical.
Oh, people don't like it because it's a musical.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I said that on the card, but I didn't mean that. That's so which one's the card is the same one.
The other movie is a hard. That's why everybody was excited for it. Nobody really knew it was a musical until they got to the year to watch.
Yeah, see, like when I read it, the first time I really just read it was like 2 weeks ago, or last week. They said like, oh, it's a musical, and like, so I was like, it looked cool, but I wasn't geeked about it. But that Tay movie, I'm geeked about that. That is just hard.
Oh, that one.
The Tay is correct.
You know, young me, don't do that. I mean, all around. Like, that is like comedy.
That nigga, you believe me being you?
Well, I'm where I'm supposed to be. He's not supposed to be right there.
You look, you should
The hell? He just wasn't trying to talk to him for the first time. He said he was coming to be his board engagement. But it was awesome to hang out on the patio.
I was definitely like this.
That was the first time I've ever seen a possum like in actual life. Like,
I'm still seeing my ugly house.
you know, so far there.
I want you to go up.
And they
I really don't hunt animals that.
May I interrupt for a moment
Yes,
and ask for approach?
sure. Can you pause that?
Well, I think we can do it from here.
Sure.
This is by way of objection to the court. I think 403 is designed for this purpose. If there is relevant evidence here, and I realize it has to be in some context, can't we just play that for the jury rather than have us have to listen to idle talk between these people about possums and raccoons?
Well, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, counsel, but unless there's an agreement what's going to be admitted, I have to listen to all of it and make a determination on what's relevant.
And I'm concerned about the jury having to listen to it all too.
Oh, well, I don't know yet. Unless you're all going to agree what's going to be admitted, I need to listen to it.
Could I beg for a minute with the prosecutor?
Sure.
All I would ask is, they say that they believe that these are admissible because there's a discussion about Jalen Bell, and there's a discussion about money. If the state could just actually identify the language that they believe is relevant, then I think that will solve the question, because definitionally everything else about these conversations is idle chit chat. It has nothing to do with anything, and we have no context.
Can we confer for just a second?
All right, just a second. Don't lose the place of that.
Okay.
Feels like Thursday 2 weeks ago for now. All right.
I'm not stipulating, I'm just saying, only get to the relevant part, the rest of it.
Did I not listen to this?
Just get all of it, yeah. I
Okay.
think it was relevant. I don't understand what's wrong.
Ezra said Pimp is in Bear County and he's panicking because he's listed as a material witness and he's signed in and testified. He said Pimp is in Bear County as a material witness. Defendant, damn, what the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I don't want to talk about this over the phone anymore.
Why is
You
that
don't think
relevant?
that's relevant? Because
No.
he's speaking about his COVID.
He doesn't want
I just want to talk about it.
Okay.
Nothing is relevant. It's
We played that part.
And also, did she get it out?
And
Entity to jail.
let's just take that part, and we can have the other, and if she
And
doesn't-
they're co-defendants, so that is important.
Sorry.
No, discussing the difference. Well, I mean, yeah, but if you want to stipulate that they're best friends and they came in Dallas, I'll take that stipulation.
I think it's been proved.
But that's what this is for. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then,
But that's already been established through other testimony.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing, everyone. If y'all are not coming to an agreement on
I think
whatever
we are.
y'all want to come to agreement with by 3:57, and right now it's 3:55, I'm going to continue to listen to this. I'm going to make my ruling.
Okay, I think we're gonna come to an agreement.
Okay.
I think they can play the relevant part, and we can have our objection. The court can rule on the relevant part, and
No, I mean, the thing about it is I need to listen to it in order to
I
rule on
understand,
it.
but we don't need to listen to an hour of chit chat.
Judge, I guess to expedite this process, I will play the parts specifically where Mr. McIntyre is speaking about his co-defendant, because that's what I would intend to do
That's-
to the jury.
Then the court
All
can
right, if
rule.
you could play that portion.
Thank you, counsel.
So Judge, it's gonna be on each call.
That's
Okay.
fine.
So I'm Rob Edgar, right? Well, how unrocked if you want me to? Because like he kept into the chat talking about what you got for the deal. If you got for who's hitting you for the proposed deal that you got to say nothing. So you just been ignoring us, but he did us. But I forgot that sometimes when you watch like on the phone, it's no messages, it's open, it's no messages. I see a laptop, you can still message on the laptop. So anyway, you can't like put the word like that. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, you know, my phone's on my phone. I thought maybe you called or something. But if ever, he said that this is in their county and he's panicking because he's accept material witness and he signed those testifying form and like he has to be in Daniel. I'm like, how would he in Daniel know anything about that though? Like how would he know what's going on? He said this is in their county as a material witness. He said he got pretty estimate.
I don't know what's going on with that, bro. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah, so like, how would you know? Like,
I was at court here today, and the kid was like, look, he was like, we're trying to get the trial postponed because we're trying to
by that part.
yeah, we're trying to get the trial postponed. He the kid was like, because we have a witness that he had brought up on big one, but he's not able to
Tax part because of state funding or something like that.
take money like that. So like, I don't want to talk about this on
Well, my thing is like that is follow from the story. Like, I don't care what's happening with that. That's not my business. I really don't. I don't know how he knows that stuff in, and then I don't know why he like and then I know what's going on with state.
Judge, so the timestamp on that portion that you just listed to, that's the first call. It's minute 12:27 to 14:22.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then,
for that, we would object, obviously.
Well, let me listen to all of it if I could,
all right, second call.
and then I'll hear everybody's objections.
Word. Oh, hey, you're good.
I keep that guy already. There's 50 different numbers, just need $150.
Nigga, why would it not just need the money? There's always the same shit. He's always eating the money now. Just himself.
Well, there.
Yeah, but he was on. Yeah, they got him in his
Oh,
yeah.
he in this county?
Yeah.
Why?
Shit, I don't know. I mean, like,
We need
it's a brought him back. It's brought him back as a material witness, right? But I got trial. But I don't know I don't know what's really going on.
what is the last?
Shit, I'm going to trial this. So I don't know. But it's like, but it's your thing, like, you really, I really don't you want to talk about it on the phone. You know, I don't know what's going on, so I don't want to speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's like, I don't know.
You put it out, right?
Yes, that's why somebody said somebody hit me up saying that, or somebody texted somebody, one of my people saying that he was tripping because this shit said that he wouldn't have to do that. But that's literally like all I'm gonna say about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything should be good. I'm gonna go to trial and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's the same, but yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna go fight for my stuff.
Judge, so on that call, the timestamps were from 12:41 to 15 minutes.
Okay. And that's the second call, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Like he first did things and acted a lot more viral because they brought my first they brought my color from prison. They brought him to prison and they played by him in jail and they have him marked down as a material witness. So I guess my brother was like calling him and like we all like club together and shit like that. So like he was like what the fuck, like just take off like shit and then follow and then that's what they did like what's going on, just going on. And Daniel just like hey like you can go about the church like that we keep about it like you can go about
rather than kind of doing ways that they're not having any stuff.
Yeah, that's like what the fuck, like what y'all talking about, like if you grow up and like getting engaged, like
Yeah.
roll the head on the chairs because of everybody head on the chairs because of head on the chairs.
Judge said on that third call, it was 5 minutes and 20 seconds to 6 minutes.
And this last one is number 4.
Correct.
Yeah, you do talk to him, because I ain't talking to him, so he can follow me on that. I ain't talking to me, bro. I'm not gonna talk to me, bro. You gonna tell somebody else that shit. Alright, man, I know what to tell. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, I can't talk to they might try to like play with that shit, like, you know, they got this label as a material witness on my case, bro. So like, I'm just trying to explain, like, nigga, like, even if we're just like, hey, what's up? Like, nigga, they can literally be like, oh, they were communicating with witnesses that a person of judge, like, they literally are trying to, like, they probably put him down in that just so I could communicate with him and they can try to make that shit look good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, like, nigga, that shit's not smart, nigga. They gonna try to fuck you over and you can't take you down. Yeah, so. He is kind of out of his mind anyway. He ain't really, he's not out of his mind, but he's driven with it. Yeah, like, when you talk to him. Like 7-8 months ago. You went to the original? It's me or wait, supposed to be another room. Oh, yeah, great. Oh, y'all don't do
Judge, sorry, I let that one play a little bit, but the timestamp was 12 minutes.
All right, and that's the last one?
Yes.
All right, with regards to,
That's it. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
yes, with regards to the first call, I don't understand the relevance of it unless I didn't hear something correctly. And that was listed as the first jail call. How is that relevant?
Well, Judge, it goes to establishing the relationship between the defendant and his co-defendant. It goes to the defendant trying to distance himself from the co-defendant, and it goes to the identity and their relationship with each other.
Defense?
I think that anything that is probative about it has already been established by multiple other sources of testimony that are disputed.
Now, I want to know, regardless of whether somebody else has said something on the witness stand through another witness or not, I want to address the issue of relevancy, not whether it's cumulative.
As relevance is concerned, Mr. McIntyre saying he doesn't want to talk about his case with people who he doesn't have privilege with is not something that the jury should consider. Functionally, it's a comment on his invocation of his right to silence. And it has no relevance, it doesn't prove anything. And so I don't know why it's being offered.
Well, they just said why it's being offered.
Okay.
Now, I'll make a decision on whether or not their statement for the reason of it being offered. I've heard jail call number 1, and the court is going to find that jail call number 1 is not relevant. With regards to jail call number 2, the court is finding that that's relevant. And with regards to jail call number 3, after hearing it, the court is finding that that's relevant. And with regards to...
I would make for number 3 that I also think that because there's a discussion about legal advice that was given to him, and that's why he's not talking about it, that it is a comment on the defendant's failure to testify and his implication of his right to remain silent.
Mm-hmm. Response?
Judge, it was not the defendant discussing legal advice to him. It was the defendant discussing allegedly, and I don't know, I guess Mr. Hunter can give us some clarity on that as to whether he was advising and giving legal advice to Kemi and Ezra, but that's what the call states. It has nothing to do with Mr. Hunter's conversations with the defendant.
Well, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, Kemi and Ezra are individuals who have a business relationship with Mr. McIntyre and have at different and varying points in this than individuals that have had to work with the defense in terms of mounting the resources for his defense and the expenses associated with it. And when questions are put to individuals who are trying to facilitate Mr. McIntyre's defense, and they are receiving advice not to discuss certain issues or contact certain people, that is information that is attributable to the defendant.
But the person who has attorney-client privilege is the defendant. It's not these other people, even if they are
That's the
funding.
That's the Covell holding, Your Honor, is the idea that other individuals who are working with the defendant in order to facilitate the basic aspects of his defense, especially for an incarcerated person, are part of the defensive team.
Not just, they're not a party because they're making payment.
No, but when they are interacting with the lawyers and discussing things that they're doing on behalf of the defendant who is incarcerated, and they receive that advice, that is attributable to the defendant, and it is part of his privilege.
They are facilitating, excuse me, Jerry, they are facilitating his access to counsel.
All right, the court is finding that phone call is relevant. And now let's move on to phone call number 4. The court is going to find phone call number 4 is relevant as well.
And Your Honor, I additionally need to say that for all of the calls, we would additionally object under hearsay and confrontation, because most of the substance that they're offering is not actually Mr. McIntyre's words, who's the party opponent, but rather other individuals unidentified on the call. And it's their statements that they're offering. And that there's an independent hearsay objection apart from the attorney-client privilege and work product privilege objections and the 403 relevance objection.
All right, State, with regards to that argument, and the court has already ruled on whether or not it's relevant. It's relevant. With regards to the hearsay.
With regards to hearsay, they're non-testimonial. The defendant has been made aware that the calls are recorded. These people have no privilege, and their statements that are adopted by the defendant and that he's responding to, and so they need to come in for optional completeness as well.
Your Honor, I respectfully disagree with all of that, both factually and legally. There's nothing about that that's an adoption. And they are, of course, testimonial. They're discussing matters related to his criminal case. And there is no valid exception to hearsay that has been offered by the prosecution. And of course, we make our confrontation objection as well, but I mean, on just the simple question of these are out-of-court statements offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and worse, they are being offered to prove some kind of knowledge, intent, or understanding of Mr. McIntyre's when they're not his words. And those individuals have not been called to court. They've not been placed under subpoena. In fact, their voices have not been authenticated.
All right. With regards to the hearsay objection, State, I'll order you to make redactions. And you've already laid the foundation through this witness. Anything else? Once those redactions are made, then if the state still wishes to enter it into evidence, then calls 2, 3, and 4 will be, your objections to that will be overruled. Anything else?
Just if I could compliment, do you have specific timestamps, or do you just want me to just redact out the call receiver voice and just leave the defendant's voice?
Just leave the defendant's voice.
Okay, within the fragments that the times that I gave you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then we'll bring the jury back in. And I believe other than that, there's no objection to the foundation. Is that correct?
Other than the objection I made about the fact that the other voices on the call have not been authenticated, that those are being removed. So I guess, no, other than that, there's no objection.
All right, let's bring the jurors back in.
ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state you can proceed.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
No question.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excuse by the defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of this case.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if you'll just leave any exhibits. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State Officer Salvador. I'm sorry. I think that the next witness, I believe, is Lester Drake. She thought she had more time.
No
Let me,
problem.
if you don't mind, I'll just step out briefly and call my applicant to make sure.
All right, thank you.
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, she is in the restroom.
All right.
I think that's all that's all the information I have right now, but I believe she's covered.
All right, thank you.
You see how I have this like this, just put that up there. It's a microphone, just so that they can hear.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Cindy, are you able to hear her? The green light is not on, what I can tell you. On the microphone that she has.
Oh, no, it is. I
Okay,
can hear from there.
all right, so you're able to hear?
Can you speak? Just say.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me start over. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury can hear. And if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Lucy Saldivar, Saldivar.
All right, state your name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Salvador, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Lucia Saldivar. I'm Mark Saldivar's mom.
I'm gonna come up there. I just wanna point to you. And see this microphone in front of you?
Yes.
You can turn it like this if you're gonna turn this way. Speak into that because you're just a little soft spoken, okay?
Okay.
Because everybody all the way back there needs to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And I can barely hear you. So, one, I believe you stated that your son is Mark Anthony Salvador. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us something about Mark Anthony Salvador, ma'am? Like,
He
what
was-
type of person was he?
He was my youngest son. He was a good son. He never got in trouble. He was always happy. Try to help his friends in any way he can.
Okay. And you know, I know that's a brief thing that you told us, thank you, but, you know, did he have a certain passion that he really enjoyed?
Yes, he did. He wanted to do photography.
And was that something that he did, you know, would he want to do that for his occupation?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 142, 144. Can you please tell me if you can identify 142 and 144?
Yes.
And what are those photos of?
My son, Mark Soderberg.
And these are pictures, obviously, before he was murdered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm going to object to the question, especially the phrasing of the question. That's the
I can rephrase.
The objection will be sustained.
motion to instruct the jury to disregard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we disregard that last question.
Motion for Mr.
Denied.
Thank you. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. In state exhibit number 142, that picture of Mark, what does he have hanging around his neck?
His camera.
And this camera in this photo, was this one of his, well, did he have many cameras or just one camera?
He had a few, but that's the one that he used most.
And I'm sorry, that's the one he used the most?
That's the last one he got, so yeah.
Okay. From this picture, well, let me go ahead and enter state, I'll tender to defense to any objections of state 142 and 144.
RDER.
Yes.
Ms. Saldivar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The photograph that shows the camera in 142, on the last day that you saw Mark, he left on foot from your house, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see what he left with, right?
Just his backpack.
Okay. Your Honor, I would just object to 142 on the basis that it's under 403, cumulative, and there's a lack of foundation.
All right, can I see state's exhibit 142, 144, please? All right, and defense, you said your objection is to which one?
Maybe approach.
Yes. Or is admitted.
I'm going to show you again what's marked state exhibit number 142. It's that camera on there. One, do you know if Mark, the day he went missing, that you never spoke to him again. Do you know for a fact if he took that camera?
I think so. I couldn't find it in his room.
You could not find it in his room?
No.
Did you ever see that camera again?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter State Exhibit number 142 into evidence and continue to defense for any objections.
Same objections and speculation.
All right, objection is over with. State's Exhibit 142 is admitted.
Thank you. May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Now, this is State Exhibit number 142. Ms. Salvador, is this the camera that was mentioned during your testimony just previously?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And this is the camera that Mark owned?
Yes.
And this is the camera that he used for photo shoots, is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And then State Exhibit number 144, is that another photo of Mark?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, was there anything else about Mark that, for instance, out of State Exhibit number 144, that he had a passion or a collection of objects?
Yes.
What did he collect?
He collected gemstones.
Gemstones?
Yes.
And if I'm pointing at 144, looks like a necklace. Was that something what you're calling a gemstone type
Yes.
thing? And was that, I guess, a very lay term, just a rock?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Now, on April 23rd, 2017, did you see your son that day?
Yes.
And can you just describe, if you can remember, obviously that day, when you saw him and what y'all were doing throughout the day?
Well, in the morning we were working at the yard, on the yard. We came in, he took a shower, got ready, and he told me he was going to go do the photo shoot. And I asked him if he needed a ride, and he said no, that somebody was going to pick him up.
And you stated a photo shoot. Did you have any indication of what type of photo shoot?
He didn't tell me. He did tell me he was an upcoming rapper or something like that.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
All right, with regards to hearsay, that objection will be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard that last statement.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
Now, you stated just now also that your son stated that somebody was going to pick him up.
Yes.
And on that particular day, did you advise him of anything before he left?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you advise him of anything before he left?
I just told him to be safe, be careful.
I'm sorry?
To be safe and be careful.
Okay. Did you give him anything?
He asked me if I had any money, and I told him I only had $10, and so I gave it to him. He leaned over and got the $10, gave me a kiss. He said, "I love you."
Hearsay calls for hearsay and confrontation.
That would be sustained.
Now, when he left, do you remember him taking anything with him?
Just a backpack.
Just a
that I
backpack?
recall. The
I'm
backpack.
sorry?
Just a backpack that I recall.
And do you remember what he was wearing by any chance?
It was black, gym shorts. It was a vest, fleet. I think it was gray or blue. And he had some shoes, and the socks had prints on it.
And this is a while back. This is 7 to 8 years ago. So why do you remember that?
I don't know. I just do. I remember exactly what he was wearing.
So this backpack, If you know, do you know the contents of the backpack?
No, sir. Oh, it was black. That's all I know.
But your previous testimony was he was leaving to be picked up to do the photo shoot.
Yes.
And did you have any contact with Mark after he left at that point?
No.
By text message or calling?
I
or anything?
texted him and he replied. And then after that, I kept texting him and he didn't reply anymore.
And do you remember approximately what time he left?
It was
or
after 4:30, I think.
after 4:30?
Yes.
And related to Mark, were you contacted by anybody other than Mark?
The detective.
And a detective with San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
And did they come to your house?
Yes, he did.
And did they speak to you?
Yes.
And on another day, did you also have contact with this detective?
Over the phone.
Did you ever view a photograph associated with this case of a wallet? I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 145. Now, is this a copy of a photo and also writing that you saw back on May 10th, 2017?
Yes.
And whose wallet is in that photo?
Mark's.
How do you know that this black wallet is Mark's?
Because I gave it to him. I bought it for him. I gave it to him, and I got it because of that little tassel it has.
The tassels it has. Now, is that the same photo that's state exhibit number 78?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, did you write something on this photo?
Yes. It says this is the wallet.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained.
What I'm going to ask you is, do you recall how many? When did you give this wallet to Mark?
It had been probably about a couple of months prior.
Okay. Judge, oh no, okay, let's stick this here. But that state exhibit number 78 is the exact same copy of 148, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is the wallet of your son, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know where this wallet was found, if you know?
No, I don't.
I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 107.
Yes.
Is this that same wallet?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Salvador, I want to ask you, do you know a Joanna Reyes?
No.
Do you know a Taymor McIntyre?
No.
Or do you know a Jalen Bell?
No.
Or what about a Jeremiah Rodriguez?
No.
I'm also going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 42. I just want you to look at this picture and tell me if you're able to identify the person that I show you in this picture. State exhibit number 42.
I'm going to object to this question. We filed a stipulation on this exact issue.
Objection is over.
And I showed you that picture. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
Yes,
Who is that?
my son, Mark Anthony Saldivar.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll pass.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alvar. I just have one question for you. Did Mark have any other plans or appointments or responsibilities that day, that afternoon, that might have conflicted with the photo shoot that
No.
he told you about?
No,
Thank you, ma'am. Pass the witness.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, is she excused?
Please.
Excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been revoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anybody during the pendency of this trial.
Okay.
Step down.
thank you.
Can you take the mic? State, call your next witness.
Not at this time, state rest.
All right, David.
We express our condolences.
No. I mean, you all can do that after. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested at this time. What I'm going to do is release you all for today, and we're going to come back tomorrow at 9:30. All right? Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to do any investigation on this case. You're not allowed to deliberate with yourself internally or with each other or talk about this case to anyone. Everything that you need to know about this case come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. And I will see y'all back tomorrow at 9:30.